My neck is very standard, like, Caucasian European. Because I very much have, like, that body type, which isn't as common in other parts of the world, right? I'm pretty tall. I'm very slender. I'm not heavy. I'm not husky. I'm thin. I have an angular face, and I guess that would make my neck look bigger in comparison, or longer rather, in comparison to my head. I'm very much like all of the European side of my family, body build-wise. Same with my dad. I have almost exactly... Like, if you watch that hiking video on my YouTube channel, you can see my dad. He's very similar. Oopsies. He's very similar in body type to me. But anyway, random weird conversations aside. Year 20. I don't know anyone that can see their own neck without a mirror or a camera. Oh, another person who's got a wonderful neck. Corpse Grinder, a.k.a. George Fisher, an American musician. Now, that's a neck worth talking about, okay? We're going to talk about necks. That's a neck worth talking about. That's the vocalist of Cannibal Corpse. I don't have a neck fetish. No, people have just been calling my... Like, saying that I have a really long neck recently, and it confuses me. Because I have a pretty average neck. So I was just showing pictures of people that have strange-looking necks. Ultra neck! No, if I were to say I had any particular attraction to any particular body part, it wouldn't be necks. It would not be. You can't even play or under... So you come to my stream for the weird conversations, and you have no idea what's going on in DF. I mean, we can help you understand DF if that's your desire. I mean, if you want to see a weird eye, look at this eye. Check this out. My bad eye looks fucking weird if you actually look at it. Oh, it's even weirder when I show you that I can do this. Ow. That hurts. Also, I can do this. I don't know if this is picking up on the camera, but that's a form of blindness that I had to train myself to not have. Fun. So everybody that you draw just looks like Corpse Grinder. Also, thanks, Soaps. Cheers, man. So, in the fort currently, everybody is named. The named dwarves are in order. We'll start with the children. Pablo, Scrumpet, Suey, Cheers, Jamie, Cooler, Aegis, Morden, Jack Norick, Stone the Second, Lump, Rhinestone.
Cheese for everyone!
I don't see anybody named Cheese. What are you talking about, Dragonmine? Animal, Vinsati, The Great Paninsky, Cassiopeia Star, The Broker, Squag the Sheriff, Astro Banjos, Jackie, Quest Seagull, Pispan, Hair 007, Bastet, Eric Shadowblade, Euthyrus, Board Guy, Gibbs, Eripterus, Tapioc, Aqua, DeBerries, Hobo, Psychon, Axon.
Woo, I've been subbed for 1*2*, 3*, 4 months. Thanks for 2 years of quality stream script, comfy.
Thanks for the 24 months with Twitch Prime. Cheers, Lump. Marty, Screw, Hops, and Zapdos. The full list. It's the case with most dwarves, right? How many dead? Go count coffins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 dead dwarves. 11, actually. 11 dead dwarves. So 11 dead. Fortress started on year 5. We're now on year 20, late spring. Year 20, late spring. If anybody would like to check in with their dwarf, do let me know. But goal for today is to finish the pit. I said that yesterday, but then we decided to go another 2 more Z levels down. So we got 2 more levels to go, and then we can finish the pit. Maybe 1. I'm not sure. Probably 1. But we're almost entirely into the stone that we want to be into, which is the gneiss and diorite. And out of that mudstone. Because I would like to have a lot of white stones to build out of instead of just the brown. Stone 2. Wouldn't it be grand if I just take the rest of my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days, disgusted upon being nauseated by the sun? Yeah, my children have been having problems with that. They've been playing inside for too long, and they go outside and they go, blah! So, I kind of wish that I could make, like, a children's play area or something where they would go spend time. And I guess I could, like, stick them in an area and make them stay there, but regardless, I didn't say a proper thank you. Lump, thank you very much for the first notification of the day, and thank you very much for the 24 months with Twitch Prime. Seriously, thank you so much. A child pastor. Yeah! Yeah, no, you're 7 years old. In the year 13. Low pop forts. Time moves quickly, man. It does. Dwarven daycare. Isn't that where you just drop everybody into a pit? Yeah, you have a new hat now. You do. The 2-year sub hat. The Russian hat, which is fitting, because later today we're going to play some Stalker. Or I'm going to try and play some Stalker. We'll see if it crashes. But I think initially we'll just kind of let the dwarves chill for the first season, and then we'll turn on crafting. I actually made a craft stockpile over here. So this is all for our finished goods. Our figurines, our amulets, scepters, crowns, and rings, earrings, and bracelets. I installed a mod. Return to the zone, I think is it? Who has a big neck? Are you gonna at me next? Thanks, Lump. Cheers. Had to reload for it to show up. Ah. Yeah, that's like up. Yeah, Fist of the North Star. That's like up there with Corpse Grinder for big neck. It's definitely up there with Fist of the North Star. But regardless, so this is the current status of the fort. It's just kind of this suspended platform in the air now. And something that we're going to do. I am blind in this eye, and this eye I see out of severe tunnel. So I see out of a small tube. I don't have very much peripheral vision. Basically, I kind of see out of about that. And then what I do see is relatively clear, but there's several floating blind spots. And I have this information as of 2 weeks ago. Both of the lenses on my eyes are completely dislocated, which means this eye will probably need surgery sometime in the next 2 years, and this eye will probably need surgery sometime in the next 5 to 10. And if I don't get surgery, I could go blind in my good eye, which will happen anyway in the next 15 to 20. If I do get the surgery, there's a chance that it fails, and if it fails, then I get chronic pain for the rest of my life, or just go blind anyway. Or some combination of the two. Which is fucking great. Love it. Ugh. Yes. It's lens replacement surgery. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. That's my life. So hopefully in the next couple years, if I'm unable to play Dwarf Fortress, I can be a blind guy streaming muds. Or something. I don't know. I'll figure something out. Because currently I'm only legally blind. I'm not entirely blind. Jackie wants to be able to fight. Can I put you... Yeah, you're already in the slappy wrestler squad. Should get the bear fighters, the hobby wrestlers training a little bit. I do have a bunch... Actually, you know what? We'll get both squads fighting for a little bit. We'll also get the Eternal Guard trading. The Eternal Guard are very, 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 very well-trained soldiers. So I have quite a few of them. I've got 3 Spearmasters, I think? 3 Spearmasters, an Axe Dwarf, and an Axe Lord is my guard squad. So hopefully they go get to work and do their best. I don't think I'd be able to read it fast enough. I'd have to go 1 frame at a time. It would be too slow. Probably, honestly, what I'll stream is I'll figure out some way of streaming roguelikes, like traditional ones. That, or just go fully into the I play records and run a talk show thing. You know? Oh, shit. We had a marriage. Euthyrus the Broker and Cassiopeia Star have married. Well, congratulations to the happy couple. Yeah, I mean, because even if, like, let's just say worst case scenario and I do lose the majority of my vision, I'll still have some vision. I just have to be really slow about it. So, maybe at that point we'll just get way into streaming Angbands. I don't know. I don't know. I just hope I still have an audience when that happens. And hopefully it's everything goes well, because generally those surgeries do go well, but... Lens replacement surgery is listed as a dangerous surgery, so I might need it twice. I mean, a surgery with a 5% chance of failing is considered to be dangerous, right? But say, Livy, you'll stick around? Well, I'm sure a lot of people will, to an extent. But I will be here as long as I bloody well can be. Should just make a walkway for them over here so that they can... What do you guys think? Should I put a walkway here? Because military training spot is the top of the tower, and then I'm going to make the other levels all temples. Should I put an entryway to the top of the tower from up here? What do you think? That's scary. 50% chance? Shit. You know what? Even just for right now, I'll build a bridge. Why not? So something that I'm kind of planning on doing, because I've had a few people ask me about flying creatures. On the bottom layer where we're actually going to build the fort, I'm going to set it up so that we have a lockdown mode where I can essentially pull a Pink Panther and just put everybody into rooms on the side. So, also we need overhang all the way around. So what I'm actually going to do, because I don't have enough nice blocks right now, is I'm going to go through my mudstone blocks and just put 1 layer of flooring all the way around the edge, which is actually very useful if I decide to make archer battlements. So we're going to go all the way around the top of this wall with mudstone. So we'll have 1 tile of mudstone flooring all the way around. I mean, for me, I think, and this is something that I think about every now and again when it comes to my eyes, and for me, I think worst case scenario, if playing games is too cumbersome, streaming is difficult and hard, I will, and assuming I'm on some form of disability if I'm completely blind, then I will just go to reading. I'll stream books that are public domain and read them. And try and get audiobook gigs. That's like worst case scenario. And of course, like, I can always set up like a text-to-speech reader and just stream it into my ear so that I can hear what you guys are saying. So I can still talk to chat and whatnot. Text-to-speech D&D? I guess in theory, yeah. I kind of have no interest in role-playing, but that's also would be a thing I could do. Yeah, I've got options, and I'm not... Like, there's obviously just a level of existential dread that fills my every waking day because of kind of the ticking clock that is my body at this point, but, you know, there's a lot of people that have it worse off. I'm not gonna just keel over and die, right? You know, I know somebody who's got heart failure, and that is terrifying, but... You know, any kind of terminal illnesses is no fun. So. So now as long as we can just keep the trees away from this, they shouldn't be able to jump onto these walls. I want this fortress to be completely impenetrable from ground enemies. Okay, that tree needs to go bye-bye. Like, when I pull the lever and lock the doors, I want this fortress to be impenetrable. Because in order for such an old fortress to exist, it needs to be able to withstand stuff. Like 32? Yeah, I mean, like... The eyes thing was something I knew about my whole life, and the diabetes has just made my eyes worse. Which is not fun. But, you know. Lots of things in life aren't fun. So just make them as good as they can be. Hey, Squig. I would give you an eye of mine. And like I said, when you said that last, keep yours. They're worth more to you than they are to me. I want to get them scientists to hurry up on bionic eyes. I think that the scientists should worry about COVID-19, and then after that, they should worry about global warming. I would love to be able to see, but at the end of the day, it's more important that the world keeps going than I can see. At least, in my humble opinion. It's much more important that the world keep going. All right, so dwarves are going to be busy building stuff for a little bit. Should be focused on cancer. Yeah, it should be focused on things that, I mean, they should focus on curing diabetes. Like, I'm not trying to say that I'm not valued to society or anything, but there's a hell of a lot of things that they should be working on before they worry about me. Yes. No, totally. Which means we need The Island to become a reality. Anybody see Michael Bay's The Island? That was a Michael Bay movie, wasn't it? 2005. Was that Michael Bay? Yeah, it was a Michael Bay movie. Fucking hell. Spoilers for The Island, film from 2005, for the next 2 seconds. Basically, there's a bunch of clones living in a simulation world that they think they're in this weird post-apocalyptic realm, and they get to win a lottery to go to the island, but in reality, the island is actually just, oh, we're gonna rip your, like, intestines out or lungs out and give them to your donor. The millionaire that paid for your organs. Or, here, you're gonna have a baby here with another person, and then we're gonna take your... Like, when you give birth, we're going to take your child away and give it to the surrogate host who we took the DNA from. It's a weird movie. For what it is, yeah, it's one of Michael Bay's better trash fires. And it's unethical to grow them. Mm-hmm. I mean... If we're growing whole people and raising them in an island like the movie The Island, that's a little unethical. I would be against that. But if we're just growing an organ, then meh. Or if we're growing them in pigs, I'm also okay with that as long as I get to eat the pig afterwards. Why is there miasma in there? Well, it's already gone, so whatever it was, it can't have been that important. Oh, is it literally just that? Rotten pig intestines. Someone left their lunch in the Farmers Guild. Come on, guys. Exactly. If I get to eat the pig, I'm okay with growing them in pig. I'm surprised the U.S. government hasn't enacted the purge. I have nothing to say there. Hey, Jack Nick. How you doing? And thanks for the 20,000 channel points. Cheers. I think we'll hit the goal tomorrow. How's your baby doing? My guess is 6 years old? 7 years old. Pretty good. You felt enjoyment remembering playing with the toy axe. We made a bunch of stone toys a little while ago. That island exists in China. I mean, I hope not. Actually, I wonder if your child has any skills. You're a dabbling grower, persuader, negotiator, intimidator, conversationalist, comedian, counselor, and you really need some new shoes and clothing in general. Really make a stockpile for finished goods and make it for clothing, because I don't actually have a clothing stockpile. There we go. Is it your mom or dad that's a Pokemon? Your dad's a Pokemon. I mean, so there's things that are like known that we like to talk about. And then there are things that are known that are just fucked up and depressing. So it's like, okay. And what does that add to the conversation? You know? It's like... There's fucked up things everywhere. And no, that island doesn't exist. China tortures people from religious minorities. So saying that that island exists is... it's kind of a stretch. For some reason, always my dwarves have, like, destroyed gloves on. I don't know what it is, but they destroy gloves so fast. Yeah, it's all good, Hoshan. Aqua has bestowed the name Thmitabi Thes Aqua upon an iron shield. Kind of want to know what that means. What the heck does that mean? I'm seeing words I don't normally see. Body guiles the dominion of labor. Huh. Those who punch things a lot. What, the oh wait, the kids? I mean, maybe? Not really? Yeah, I don't really know what would cause a lot of damage to clothing like that, but always gloves. God damn, this is taking forever. These dwarves are going to be at this for a while. Although we are getting better on clothing. They try to chop trees. I mean, dwarves use axes to chop trees. They can't chop trees without axes. But yeah, maybe Captain Sparkles has, and his mansion has worked their way into the realms of Dwarf Fortress. Imagine what would happen if dwarves had internet. Because I don't want to imagine what would happen if dwarves had internet. Gotta love that. I read that. Oh, yeah, there you go. Watch biting demonstration. Watch biting demonstration. Lead biting demonstration. Bastet's teaching a biting demonstration. He is angry thinking about Twitter. He is frustrated thinking about what elves said on Twitter. He is annoyed thinking what elves said on Twitter. Yeah, you're leading a biting demonstration. Yep, you're still leading a biting demonstration. You're in the military, right? So currently you're leading a biting demonstration. Kobold's Twitter would just be normal Twitter. He absolutely hates memes, yes. So do I. You know you've played a lot of Dwarf Fortress when you can, like, describe your own personality in Dwarf Fortress words. It would be monkeys on a keyboard, Jack Nark. With lower angles of pictures. I would think that Kobold Twitter would just be... That one guy that searched no. What's his name? Why am I forgetting the name? Drill, that's his name. D-R-I-L. Yeah, it would just be Drill. Cobalt Twitter is just this guy. Drill. That's translated Cobalt Twitter. My favorite thing that Drill does is he retweets, like, this. Random tweet from 2009 of just somebody saying, this is stupid. And then randomly, like, it just gets, like, buttloads of traffic. And, like, just this random account with 4 tweets. Like, the first thing this person tweeted was, beaten off, woot woot. And then, same day, Twitter. K-fality. And then the next, like, same day, this is stupid. What, to be Drill, Squug? If every person on Earth killed 1,000 bugs a day, we would have no more bugs. I mean, yeah, you'd have to make a Twitter account to be Drill. With your level of posting, I could see you being like Drill if you aspired to be like Drill. But that would require a lot of social media activity. But Drill actually came from before Twitter. Drill was known already in the MySpace days. We have this masterpiece. Yeah. By the way, if you guys haven't seen it, if you guys could do me a huge favor. My team got the opportunity to be in a trailer for a video game, and we tweeted that trailer out. So if you know, want to help the game out and help us out, we had a ton of fun working on that. I mean, you already do that level of shitposting in my chat, Squug. I don't know if you realize that, but it would require some, like, you could, if someone just made a bot, okay, that just automatically took everything that Squug posted in my chat and just automatically tweeted it out. It's my team, Hoshan. Literally everybody in that video is my stream team. Maybe get Squug's permission first, B-Lug. You didn't know? Yep, Halcyon Frequency is my stream team. I co-founded it with FG Squared. It's myself, 2D Kiri, FG Squared, Evil Trick, Bellinair, Suey, and Dire Dwarf. Yeah. Our most recent recruit was Suey. We've been around for over a year now. You didn't realize Evil Trick was on Halcyon? Yeah, Evil Trick's on Halcyon. We recruited Evil Trick at TwitchCon, actually. We had lunch with him and talked with him and got him in the team. Yeah, no, we work together behind the scenes a lot. And actually, starting this Friday, we're going to be playing Uno together and other simple family favorite board games as a group. Like Snakes and Ladders and Monopoly on Fridays for a couple hours. The first one I think is going to be on Evil Trick's channel. I'm hosting the second one. I have a blood test I have to go to on Friday, so won't be able to stick around for the whole thing, but There will be an at everyone on Discord on Friday. Yeah, we'll just be playing it in Tabletop Simulator. We need to figure out exactly what version of Tabletop Simulator's Uno we're going to be playing, but we'll figure it out. Squug would just respond to me and go here and babble. See and consider. Yeah. You're not welcome in Wiener World. Looks like a yes to me. Hey Magna, what's up? I would retweet squug.text, I'll just say that. Sipping coffee? Well, I mean, I got up, what, 3 hours ago, and I'm sipping coffee still, so doing okay. Trying to make it to lunchtime. Just trying to get through the generalized pain of the day. If I can, then we good. I do like it, though, when people realize that I'm the co-founder of Halcyon Frequency, and that literally that they know literally every streamer in my stream team, because that happens every so often. I'll have somebody who's just like, "Oh my god, I know all of the people in that video." How do you know them? Well, they're my team. Happens every now and again. Autumn has come. Like, you're not the first person to have that realization, Hoshan. It just means our sneaky behind-the-scenes cross-promotions are working. What do you mean you had it the other way around? I know blind, but nobody else? Who are these people? Oh, where do I remember that evil trick name from? Yeah. But yeah, no, we're on that game's Steam page, which is kind of neat. And I made the mistake the other day of looking at the Reddit threads where they posted that trailer. And there's like, every single comment is like, get these nerdy streamers out of there. I was like, you're nerdy. One person commented on Reddit that, man, the video is so fake looking. None of these streamers are even talking to each other. And I'm sitting here going, we recorded an hour and a half of gameplay. Like, it's literally an hour and a half of us just playing this game. Through my hosts and such. It's really hard for me to host FG and Kiri and even Dyer. But Bellinair and Sealy I host quite a bit, yeah. I host them when I can. Good question, Cooler. I don't know. It's funny, people either love trailers with streamers in them, or they hate trailers with streamers in them. It's a very, like, down the middle line. But the way I kind of see it is, I think the truth about... Why are you so slow? Oh, because you're carrying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 40. Holy fuck. How many figurines are you carrying? It's carrying a couple figurines. Very polar. Yeah, polarizing, for sure. But no, I think that those trailers exist more to attract other streamers more so than people to play the game. I don't know. I think it's a really good trailer, personally. Water Buffalo Cow. is pulling the Dwarven caravan. That's a weird spot for them to come in. Regardless, it's good to see them from the mountain homes. I'm actually kind of amazed that they can make it through those dense-ass trees. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation once again. Hello, Screw-It. It's good to see you. Merit deserves reward, and I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Have you finished the pit and prepared living spaces? Flattering, but we have not completed our constructions yet. I feel like I'm building like a great pyramid where it's just like, oh, it's taken us like 20 years to build this hole. We can take a Baron when we're done digging this hole. You watched someone release rooster... I watched someone realize roosters are chickens? Really? As an art style of Fortnite? Clearly you've never seen Fortnite then. It's much more like Rayman / Worms than Fortnite. But apparently big and cartoony and colorful is now Fortnite, unfortunately. It plays a lot like Worms. If Worms was real time. That's how I would describe Forge and Fight. It's actually a lot of fun. Like, we're laughing hysterically because that game is really funny. Not because we're faking it, that trailer. I can assure you of that. Roosters are chickens? There we go, it's N. That's the button I wanted. Those are beds. Why do I keep hitting wrong button? There we go. I mean, I've learned a lot about alloys from Dwarf Fortress that I wouldn't have already known. The way Belinair rolls his R's. It's really fun when you actually get Belinair talking, right? He's such a quiet person often. It was entertaining and fun to record, and I hope we get to record more trailers in the future. So basically, if you're making a multiplayer indie game and you want my team to record a trailer, I can send you a rate. You can ramble and rant, yeah. It's the reason I like Belinair's stream. He's just fun to listen to. It's not every day you get to hear somebody who, with a heavy finish, can probably compete with Greg rants. Except we rant about completely different things, you know? But yeah, hopefully the casual board game nights that we're going to be doing are going to help people notice a little quicker that we're all part of the same stream team, because we can only self-promote it so much. What? Stone? That's strange. Like, very strange. Brought a pig, water buffalo cow. Ooh, they brought a dog. I don't want that dog. Brought another water buffalo, another horse. Buy some instruments, why not? Great. Me freaking out is funny. Sometimes I'm genuinely mad too. Although that actually doesn't happen that often. Generally, like, especially in cases of like the craft singles rant, like that stuff's just me blowing it up for entertainment value. Like, honestly, I'm just goofing off when you see me doing that. That's all it is. It's just me goofing off. The simple dinner, thanks. Yeah, we got the simple abbey, which is our temple. We got the simple dinner, and the bearded farm, and the simple library. I might change them to the grand dinner, the grand abbey, and the grand library, and that once we move down. Make those ones no longer active. Move everything to the lower ones. Fucking hell, The Witcher has a good soundtrack. So bloody good. But yeah, no, I really like that trailer, and I'm looking forward to doing more stuff like that. It was a fun opportunity, and I hope the game does well. Because, you know, it's a 3v3 up to 4v4 multiplayer game. I do hope that it takes off. Wonder how much they're planning to charge for it. I actually don't know what their price point is. Curious about that. Let's see how them walls are doing. All the way around. Excellent. And Axon, the chief medical dwarf, has given birth to another boy. We have another baby in the fort. Would anybody like to join this fortress as a baby? Those don't come around all the time. Anyone who's not in the fort already. Peter put his hand up first. There will be more opportunities, Dragon Man. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. He is the son of Axon Lancersley and Lump Orchalabor. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is arranged in double braids. He personally is disgusted by merrymakers and finds blind honesty foolish. Does not respect the law and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes daysite, silver, tubogate, and a mahogany wood, chinchilla bone, and naff fabric. The color saffron and weapon racks and rings and anvils and geese for their formation flying. You are a parent. Yeah, have several children too. You're also clinically insane. You're harrowed by your surroundings and your stressful life. He never feels lustful. And he never feels lustful passions, and he cuts away any corners when possible when working on projects, regardless of the consequences, rather than wasting time or effort on resources. Well, he is a baby, so he is an optimist, and he is very trusting. He often feels envious of others, and he is quite ambitious. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he enjoys the company of others. He has little interest in joking around, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tries to keep things orderly, and he holds his breath when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Yeah. Oh. Just so not to start some drama here, but Lump is the husband of Axon. Axon also has a lover in the fortress. Maybe open marriage? I don't know. Although Lump has stopped being stressed out, which is good. Is friends with Sykon, the Axe Lord, who his wife is sleeping with. There's a setting that's easy to change that gives them beards, but by default, no. And I have it set to default. They're also all in the military and all training together, so, you know. So I don't actually have that setting set, because in my headcanon, female dwarves don't have beards. Personally, Eripterus, your mask is famous. I don't know if you were here for it, but your dwarf made a mask. And I took the liberty of making a Reddit thread. Hope you don't mind. Saw it in Discord. Well, it's quite famous. How's the family doing? Well, Screw is a little exasperated due to rain, but nothing out of the ordinary. Feels pleasure putting on an exceptional item. You are covered in water. You're currently carrying a lot of crafts. How's Aqua doing? Aqua's also exasperated when caught in the rain, but also pretty good. Looks like you two are still being faithful. And your children are 4 years old and happy. And how old's the other one? And 4 years old. Kinda. You're kinda re-edit famous. Slightly re-edit famous, I guess. Have we ever had a... that's not dwarfy. I mean, if you were to have a rain-loving dwarf, you'd have to, like, check for human qualities, because that's... Actually, is there any creature in Dwarf Fortress that likes rain? They're not even supposed to hate rain. They only grumble mildly at bad weather. But the thing is, if they're always grumbling mildly, eventually they only become... maybe frog people? Are frog people even a thing? Slugs? Yeah, I guess so. It's funny, when there's a lot of slugs, or when it's raining, I actually can, like, look outside and just, like, see the slugs crawling towards my garden. I don't want to make an armor stand. What? Uh-oh. That tree needs removal. All right, how are the... There's so many boulders. There's so many boulders. There's so many boulders. Oh boy. Stone, can you ask your family to just like pack up and leave? There's so many of you. It's gonna take us like 30 years in game to get rid of all of these, maybe more. Think of all the mudstone crafts. Dude, the world is going to be so full of mudstone crafts. I mean, look at all those mudstone crafts that we're making right now that are all running on repeat. Not even that, but like, look at all the gems and all of the yellow, all of the iron ore. It's like... we got nice mudstone, praise opals, lemonites. No diorite. Time for another Z level. Guess it is mid-autumn. I was gonna try and let them like work their way through the... I mean, here's the thing, right? This isn't even all of it, because I'm still gonna need to get rid of the crafting platform at some point. So there's actually going to be more mudstone. The rest of the world, hyphen, probably. You know, for me, this fort's actually operating under two goals. As we were talking a lot yesterday about how long this fort's actually going to take. And I've kind of got two main goals for this fort. The first one is to run longer than kind of all of the famous forts. So run longer than Arch Crystal is kind of my first goal. Then the second goal is to get to a Millennium. And hopefully all the little stories in between the dwarves, such as the scandalous relationship with Sycon, will continue happening and be entertaining. Also, did anybody see that the most recent DF Talk episode that was uploaded yesterday was featuring Brian Becklew of Caves of Cud? Which I think is really interesting. I'd love to hear them get Epion from Jupiter Hell on there. I think that would be neat. And here we have 150,000 Mugs, yeah. That would be Jupiter swell. Speaking of, when are they putting out a new patch? Because I've been waiting for that. Obo's supposedly committed a war crime, and I can't figure out what it is. It's in food porn on Discord, if someone would care to complain. When's the next patch for DF? I don't know. But Epyon said for Jupiter Hell, either this week or next week, so... Also, I think I'm just going to use GOG Galaxy to launch all my Epic Games now. Because you can install them through GOG Galaxy and launch them through GOG Galaxy. Why would I ever open the Epic Games Store ever again? Except to maybe claim keys or claim those free games. In 1,000 years? Yeah, we'll just have like a cluster of dwarves. I mean, we've already got 2. We've got Veiled Clasp and Channeled Dens are the 2. I'm not seeing a ton of... no, the goblins haven't expanded. The goblins expanded a little bit. Although something that I remember seeing from a lot of World Gen stuff is World Gen tends to expand once every 10 years, like going through Legends and going through history. Every 10 years, there seems to be a big expansion. What is that? I'm trying to figure out what those emotes are, screw it. I'm confused. Oh! Okay, I get it. I do need just like a minecart emote at some point. Maybe I should make a minecart full of money and just make that the $10 cheer emote and then move all the paywalls up one. You're right, I do almost never use minecarts. Last time I used minecarts, it was literally one tile. It was just to like make it faster to dump stuff into a pit. Imagine loading it. Stone, just like loading all of the individual events of 1,000 years. You know that we're gonna do a stream of that though. Like that's going to happen at some point. Such a weird pattern that dwarf's digging. I refuse to answer moronic, stupid questions. Raccoona. Of course I will, Hoshan. I think it would be dumb of me to not. The one problem or concern that I have is there is a very real possibility that this fort will not be done by then. And there's also a very real possibility that this fort save will not be compatible. What's the pog for? So? What's wrong with making another fort? We're keeping this fort alive for 1,000 years. For context, we're on year 20. We started on year 5, which means we've been in this fort for 15 years in game time. We're on stream 7. Actually, the question is, has anyone ever done that? Without cheesing it, anyway. Cheesing it would be getting an immortal creature like a vampire or a goblin and locking them in a room. And then killing everybody else and then just letting it run.
Cheese for everyone!
I do actually kind of like that the hyper cheese. Hyper cheese is I eat at all of those. This is a once in a lifetime event, potentially. Watch me do it twice. Basically, I'm insane. Maybe don't do this. We estimate it's... I think there was a guy who played a 4 long enough to let dry his dragons mature. Doesn't it take them 1,000 years to mature? Or am I mistaken? No, they're not, actually. Dragons are not always adults. Dragons are babies initially. Dragons almost never actually get to the point where they're mature because of how long it takes them to mature. Which is insane when you think about it. One of these, not making mudstone crafts. And if you have baby dragons, then it's even more so. That's something that I'm really hoping happens in this fort, is I'm really hoping we get, you know, baby dragons and whatnot. Speaking of, I'm actually going to do something. I'm going to put cage traps all the way across right here. Because the traders aren't going to go aren't going to go past that. Where's my trap? There it is. Make rock mechanisms. What kind of tree is this? There's a plum tree right here that's like on the inside of the wall, growing on like one tile of dirt, right? And every year it rains plums all the way down here. So there's plums on the ground all the way down here. Look at that. So they could, in theory, go gather those plums once we're done digging the whole fort out. It's a really neat thought. But yeah, I'm surprised you didn't know that, Stone. These dwarves are all so strong from hauling rocks. Like, wheelbarrows are almost as fast as most of my haulers now. We have so much plum wine. So much, Stone. So much. Yeah, we have 187 apricot wine. 270 plum wine, and 66 dwarven wine. We actually had different types of alcohol previously, but... Need to check what my hard cap for dwarves are for this fort, because we are having children at a relatively alarming rate. Oh, I have it wrong. Strict is supposed to be 45. Strict is currently set to 220. So they're just going to keep having children. So I'm just going to refresh the game real quick. It's a lot of apricot indeed. I hope you like apricot. It's okay. It's been saved. Also, don't forget the fact that we have a friendly stray unicorn hanging out right here, who is actually available as a pet if anybody decides they want it. Also, I got a buzzard in a cage, which is funny. Let's tame it so that we can eat it. I'm sure it'll be delicious. You know, let's make that goose available to be petted. I've got a few dwarves that like geese. That'd be fun. Did I have a cage with a goose in it? Or not a goose, a dog in it? Yeah, I do. Thanks, Enrico. Let's pull that dog out of that cage. And now we'll have a dog. Want to see one of the kids becoming friends with the unicorn? I want to see somebody adopting the Scrumpets become a child. I want to see one of any of the animals we've made available be available. Okay, so you got gloves. You've got a dress, trousers, gloves. You need socks and other things, and shoes. Nobody wanted him? Aw. Koalas are rare, too. Have you ever smelled a koala? No, I haven't. But they stink. It's just like I thought rabbits were way less cute the first time I saw them open their mouths all the way. Animal, the historian, has been possessed. That's what you get for researching history. You get possessed. Hello, Sebastian. For the next decade? A glass furnace? I don't know. It's probably raw green glass that you want.
This is Sparta!
Thanks for the 300 bits. Cheers, Spitalier. Also, I guess the I guess that the hyper emotes are done. Cool. Thanks for the $3. Cheers, man. Also, we now have a direct dollar to channel point ratio. For 20,000 channel points, you can buy a duck for the record player. Just so that we always have a duck up there. So $3 or $2.50, because I have moved it down again, because Pride Month stuff is over, is 20,000 channel points. All right, it's snowing. Let's forbid all of this. And that, and that. See how many legendary skills you can have a single dwarf learn in this fort? Might be interesting, yeah. Okay, cool. We're making raw green glass. All of the digging makes the lag bad. There you go. Got one piece of raw green glass. Let's see if you need another one. I mean, this fortress is going to work on my theory that children in Dwarf Fortress are more valuable than a lot of people give them credit for. A lot of people don't consider children to be particularly valuable. But I think that they almost always end up being way more mentally stable. I read that as giant owl, and I was like, oh no. Giant owls are interrupting my dwarves, but no, actually. There you go. You got the 2 pieces of glass you need. You're grabbing mudstone blocks. Yeah, it makes sense. Children? Yeah. No, they are pretty useless if you're not planning to have a long fort. They are the legacy? Yes, that is true. Where's Eripterus? Here you are. You have 4 children. Four children. Your eldest, Jack Nurik, is 7. It's a glassmaker's shop. Is the one that Animal has claimed. And he just ran all the way down to the bottom of the world to grab a mudstone block, even though there was mudstone blocks right next to him. Artifact vial? I mean, it could be almost anything, because glass shops can make furniture, right? What about, like, an artifact portal? An artifact glass door? Would be badass, I think. This music is so fucking metal. I don't think they can make glass clothing. I don't think that's a thing. Actually, I know that's not a thing. Artifact serrated glass disc. I can make an artifact trap with my artifact mechanism. Well, it's going to have at least 2 pieces of mudstone. Special mudstone? I guess. That or if it's possessed by their ancestor, maybe that's the mudstone in which the great-great ancestor from before time is encased in. The spirit is telling him to grab that particular mudstone because that mudstone includes the DNA of a long-lost relative. For some reason, when I was saying before time, I was very tempted to say they came from space, and I just imagined an image of that one scene from Red Alert when he's just like, we shall go to the one place not conquered by capitalism, space. I love Red Alert. It's wonderful. Space! That needs to be a sound command. I mean, it's unbreakable, I think. Moon and Yuri's Revenge. I actually haven't finished all of those games, I'm sorry to admit, but I have sat down and watched all of those cutscenes. They're wonderful. Raw green glass, 2 pieces. Mudstone blocks and mudstone. Rough sards. Mudstone blocks. Sheep's wool cloth. Very nice sheep's wool cloth. Pig leather. And mudstone blocks. So I'm curious to see what that dwarf makes. He's begun a mysterious construction at a glass furnace. Now remember, they can make almost anything at glass furnaces. So I'm building these little rows of traps here in case we get assaulted by a cyclops or something, and we can catch them in cage traps. And keep in mind, I do also have these 2 doors right here with cage traps in front and behind them. So in theory, if we were to get a flying creature, I could seal this off and trap them in those cages, in theory. A glass throne would be dope. Yeah, I agree with that. Glass coffin. Glass table would be pretty nice. I'm hoping for a door, a portal. Dwarves are still digging, so frames are still... The reason the frames are right now when they're digging is because they're digging underneath those boulders, which is displacing all of those boulders. And because there's so many boulders in every tile now, it causes the boulders to fall, which is what's hurting the frames right now. But hopefully... You know, this could just be the last layer. Layer 9. It was either 9 or 10 I was going to dig down to. We didn't decide. 10? Go one more? Okay. We'll go one more. I'll admit, chat, kind of disappointed. Animal the Historian has created Olseth's Estivus, a green glass scepter, and claims it as a family heirloom. Not even that valuable. 16,800. This is a green glass scepter. All craftstore is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of round green glass cabochons and square brilliant cut mudstone. On the item is an image of a warthog in green glass. On the item is an image of a birch in mudstone. On the item is an image of floating guts in mudstone. On the item is an image of dwarves in sheep's wool. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time, of the ignited creation of spring in the early of year 5. Yeah, exactly. So it's, I mean, not super disappointing. Like, we can use it. It has value, so we can use it to pump up the value of a room or as a legendary gift to another faction in the future. Like, it has use, but I don't know. Little bit disappointed. Like, there's so many cool things that could come out of a glass furnace, and we get a scepter. Get a scepter? Oh, well. Oh, well. Something scared my unicorn just now. Also, it dawned on me the other day, another way to make an area for farming. Dig up a bunch of ice blocks in the winter and place them on the ground where you want it to melt, where you want them to melt, and they'll make mud. Jamie, you'd like to know how your dwarf's doing? Family is the true bond that keeps society thriving. She was ambivalent after putting on an exceptional item, and was ambivalent after putting on a finely crafted item, and was blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Choose 2. Thanks, G-Panta. Check units. Oh, buzzards, that would do it. It's the buzzards. That season again. We are indeed almost there, yeah. 94% of the way. We were at 89 when we started today. How old is the fort? We're on year 20. We started on year 5. So we've been in this fort for 15 years, which from my quick searches on Reddit is already longer than the average fort lasts. Most forts only last about 8 to 10 years. I have an itchy spot on my back and I can't reach it. Most forts only last about 8 to 10, sometimes 15 years. So give it another 5 to 10 years in this fort. Basically by the end of today's stream, and we'll be way beyond what most people get to before retiring. So we're in midwinter. What we're gonna do is we're actually gonna channel out one of these little ponds next year, and we're gonna try constructing the ice blocks down here to see if it'll make mud. 'Cause I think it will. And thanks, hot cup of tea. Cheers. So I think 1,000,000 channel points is a good amount for the take an extra day off thing. Actually, I need to look up. When is... Oh, I know when I'm going to take off. Because it's on Saturday. Yeah, I'm taking Saturday off this week again. Because this is happening. Assuming we make it by then. If we can make it by then, I will take that day off. Because I've paid for that. Although I will be streaming on Friday. Only for a little bit, but not on my channel. It'll be on my teammate Evil Tricks channel. We're going to be playing some Uno. I'm going to need to make a promo video for it probably tonight. As far as I know, it's going to be myself, Evil Trick, FG Squared, 2D Kiri, and Sui are going to be the team members joining for that round. Everyone stop contributing, so he has to reschedule. Please don't. I'd like to actually watch the show that I paid for. Off to do errands. We'll see you when we see you, screw it. I will be on for the majority of today. Plan for today is we'll do... Well, we've been doing Dwarfs for an hour and a half now. We'll probably do 5 to 7 hours of Dwarfs. And then we're going to try and see if I can play Stalker, Call of Pripyat, without the game crashing. Thanks, Stone. Cheers. Because I installed a bunch of mods last night. I know that game's not going to be for everybody who watches this channel, but I've wanted to play Stalker for a while, and, you know, evening games are just me playing whatever, so... There will probably... It will be no cam, just because that game runs in full screen only, and I can't get the one-windowed mod to really work properly, so... I will be playing with desktop capture on, so it'll just be me in full screen, streaming that. I'm playing. Yes, that's the plan. Stalker not crashing. Okay, Stalker not crashing annoyingly frequently. G-Panta. And I'll be playing on veteran difficulty, so the actual thing will be not crashing and not dying all of the time, only some of the time. Manageable in theory? What, the difficulty or keeping the game from crashing frequently? I need some cages. Well, I can grab that cage. Jump over to this. J. Make a bunch of wooden cages. Yeah, no, we're going to carve the fort into the walls, and we're going to construct buildings down here. So I'm going to build a temple that is to all deities. That tower that you see there is going to be for individual deities, except for the top one, which is going to be for military. We're going to construct some buildings and carve others. So it's going to be fun. We're going to have lots of projects to do. Maybe build another tower. I don't know. We'll see. Much craft dwarf ship will be of the highest quality at the bottom of the pit of Longdeath. And a boyar named Hobo is fighting with a buzzard, and he says, "In the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. I am near to a trap. It is interesting." I mean, we've already caught one buzzard, so I wonder how many buzzards we're going to catch. Speaking of, this one's semi-wild, so we're going to slaughter it. The one buzzard that we caught. I love it when they have, like, super ADD thoughts, when they're just like, "Oh my god, it's the violence that's all around me, I can't stand it." And then it's just like, "Oh, hey, that's a pretty door." They set us up the bomb? Wait, what? All I'm saying is dwarves with nice things around them makes them happy. It's like you should just have weapon traps in places because it makes them really happy to see nice weapon traps. They're just like, oh, it's a weapon trap. That is interesting. That is a very fine chair. But then again, it's sort of like humans. Like, you tune into a streamer and they have a particularly nice chair, and you're just like, man, that's a nice chair, man. So one more pit layer to go after this one. God, there's so many boulders. It's a lot of mudstone. It's possible, because I don't recall it. Hold on, let me search it. Oh, that's... Oh, right. Okay. No, Yes, that is an old meme. Yes, I know which meme that is. But yes, that is an old meme. The mudstone capital of Dwarfiness. Goddamn buzzards, I'm telling you. I mean, I remember all aboard the troll train. I think it's more just like, what part of the internet were you at what year? It's not so much an old thing. Like, I remember when Trollface got its start, so... We all have our, oh, well, I'm old on the internet moment. Happens to all of us, I think. Like, how do you think about, like, me on Twitch, you know? I first remember coming on Twitch in 2009. I remember when sub buttons were a controversial big deal. And there was a large portion of people on Twitch that were refusing to do anything with anything to do with sub buttons. Like, no, I will never subscribe to a stream. Never going to give a streamer money. Ad revenue only. I just like to remind people that Twitch got the idea for bits from porn sites. Fact. All I'm saying is pornography pioneered the technology that we use for Twitch. It is true. It was really funny because I remember when Twitch added bits, and one of the guys on one of the podcasts I listened to was just like talking about it and then saying that, you know, it's only a matter of time before they add the ability to have private chat streams for only subscribers or only high tippers. It's only a matter of time. And like 2 years later, Twitch added that. And no one uses it. It's like, yes, I could do a subscriber-only stream, but why the fuck would I do a subscriber-only stream? That's dumb. Remember when YouTubers used to get shit for having Patreons? Yep. Now I'm mildly surprised when I see a YouTuber without a Patreon. I remember when streamers used to get in shit for having donation buttons. And when streamers got in shit for having Patreons or game wisps and not being a partner. Like, oh, you don't have the right to make money yet. And then when the affiliate program was added, there was a lot of Twitch partners that got mad. Well, not mad, but more concerned that there was going to be a lot of people trying to make money off of Twitch that aren't ready to make money off of Twitch, and they're going to get burnt out and only go into streaming for the money instead of, you know, streaming because they just love streaming. And then I realized that, oh, I still feel that way. And I used that program. But I was one of the lucky ones where I already had a big enough stream where I was ready to make a living doing this. Are you talking about yourself? Not initially. Initially, no. Back when the program first launched. I was worried about that, but was more just happy that I could make money doing this. Look at all those dwarves happy and dancing and singing. It's so nice. Two instruments stored in the library. Honestly, though, I don't hate the affiliate program, and I think people should be allowed to make money if they want. But I do think it encourages way too many people to sign up and sign contracts and try and make money on a platform when they're not ready to. I think YouTube kind of has the right idea. It's like in order to make ad revenue on YouTube, and to get like into the YouTube partner program, I guess, you have to be getting enough views that you're actually going to get something from it. There's no point in, you know, making no money on a platform. There's no necromancers in this world. There isn't a single necromancer tower. But I'm curious to see if and when they pop up. This is a very young world. It's literally year 20 in this world. Necromancers usually seem to pop up around year 50, so we've got a ways to go. As someone in the YouTube comments said, you have villains in your world. They're just not super villains yet. Like, we had the decision of how old I wanted to make this world, and I literally just stopped it the second it started. You can stream on any platform, even as a partner. You just can't stream concurrently on other platforms. It's actually like kind of a very common misinterpretation of the contracts, Aqua. So I could go do a stream on YouTube, but I can't stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I can go do a stream on Steam, but I can't stream on Steam and Twitch at the same time, if that makes any sense. Oh, you meant concurrently? Yeah, the affiliate program locks you into that. Yep. I mean, the real issue with it isn't that it locks you into that. The real issue with signing the affiliate contract is that you'll get discouraged when you have slow months. And as a new broadcaster, the point isn't to make money, you know? A new broadcaster, the point is to get good at broadcasting and learn how to be entertaining and talk with an audience and talk to no audience and create content and hone your craft and get good. That's the point of being a new broadcaster. You're not making money, you know? I don't know. This is a discussion I've had many times now. But it makes me sad when I see new channels start up with a lot of, like, even if they say that's not the case, like, and usually they say, oh, you know, I'm not here to make money, I'm just here to have some fun. But then, like, well, then why do you have recent tipper, recent subscriber, recent follower, and all of your, you know, weekly goals up above the stream, as well as the leaderboards listed? Like, if you're not here to make money, turn all that stuff off. but I don't know if they have a sub button. You can have specific contracts where you are allowed to do that, but that requires renegotiating your contract. Oh no, a cat died. And a blue peacock. I think they were both named. Okay, the cat was. So the peacock, I'm going to just let them chuck out because it wasn't a pet, but the cat was a pet. So I'm going to give that cat a coffin. But hey, Bach Awful. That way a lot of streamers have things like no need to sub or donate, just be part of the community on their pages. I mean, I haven't seen that, but probably. I actually read that a lot of the time as tips are never needed but always appreciated and all that stuff. I actually read that as like what's reverse psychology is the term I'm looking for. Was colored ASCII? Well, Dwarf Fortress, like many games, yes, go home, has tile sets. This is a tile set. What's Cat's version of it? I'll be honest, I haven't looked at his donation page in a long time. Is it like, give me all your money so that I can eat amazing food and buy a Ferrari? Thanks, bye. Or something like that? If you want me to eat. I mean, that's much more true. Way more true. You know of a single streamer? I know a few. I could name 3 streamers off the top of my head that don't have sub buttons that have been streaming for years. And I know one who has a sub button, but in order to cheer bits, so no citizens and we'll just allow pets. This will be that cat's tomb probably. Oh. No, apparently they're giving it to the gander. Did my goose die? My goose died! Jesse Cox is only in it for the money. I mean, we all are, kind of. I'll say this. I'm in it for the money at this point, but I've accepted that I'm never going to make a ton of money. So as long as I have enough money to buy my coffee and live alone, I'm happy. And I've had that all year, and I'm very happy for that. I mean, having a no sub button is the same as that, basically, Baka, but sure. I won't disagree with it. That's not what I wanted. I'm trying to squeeze your community for money. It's a fine line, Orden. It's a very fine line. This is way too epic. I love this soundtrack, but I need some... Let's do this one. It's a good one. I mean, it's the reason I turned down doing 2 different charity marathons this month. Or last month, I guess, because it's the 2nd. The elves have cometh. But yeah, no, I turned down doing 2 different charity marathons. And the reason I turned them down wasn't because I didn't want to do them. The reason I turned them down was because I don't want to ask more than... I don't want to encourage people to throw too much money at things. You know, if you want to donate to charity, you donate to charity. I will do, I think, 2 charity drives a year is my maximum, for example. But I'd like to know what you consider to be the difference between making a living and trying to squeeze your community for money. Like, you know, Jesse Cox is in it for the money, and he jokes about that a lot, but, like, he's pretty fair about all that stuff, I think. We've got Echidna. We got pond turtles, weasels. Bring another goose? I want a goose. I don't think they brought any more geese. God damn it. Buy a skirt. They've only brought stuff that I can grow, which is a little annoying. I'll trade 1 gem for 2 pieces of clothing. I have to bring stuff that I can actually use. Actually, he's been trying to change to the new subtype for a while. But the reason he hasn't is because he wants the people who bought lifetime subs to continue having lifetime subs. Does that make sense? As it would be weird if you had a lifetime sub for like 80 months, like I have, and then suddenly you have to pay monthly for it. He doesn't want that, right? So that's why he has a Patreon. But these are going to be pet coffins over here, and we're going to build terracotta warriors out here. Be fun. But I don't know. I think it's a bad idea to actively discourage subscriptions. I think if somebody wants to pay for ad-free viewing, I think that's totally fine. But I think people should know what the best way to support a stream is. If that makes sense. Man, all these pets that have died that I was unaware of. And I do see a lot of greed on this platform, and it,
Many people ask
I don't know if it doesn't bother me, but it makes me sad. Hey, Ryan. Paid for 2 hours this time. Would have been up to your lunch. Oh, well. Hey, short day at work. That's one thing that I miss about working full-time was 4-hour shifts. Like, just go into work 4 hours, and then go home. But hopefully that it's not a regular thing, them sending you home from work early, because that does kind of suck. I mean, it's one of those things that's like, it's fine as long as it's not a super common thing, you know? We're almost at the bottom of the hole. Got a ways to go, my god. And then it's going to be the slow meandering, figuring out where we're going to put all the bedrooms in this area. And all that stuff. Compared to most other warehouses? Yeah, fair. That's good. Making money hand over fist is good. And if you get sent home early and get easier labor because of it, then yay. The last time I dug a pit this big, I got rid of all the boulders in it by dumping lava in the pit and melting all the boulders. Not gonna do it that way this time, but... What was the wrong sauce? I love that Spitalier is 1 bit ahead of Stoned. That's funny. I just realized that. I thought Stone had 500, and then I squinted at it and was like, wait a second. So Rhinestone, since you just popped in, your dwarf is a legendary historian. Not that there's much history in this world. Although specifically, actually, you're a legendary mechanic. But you are a historian. You're a novice record keeper, dabbling organizer, skilled negotiator, competent comedian, dabbling student, adequate speaker, and an adequate climber, but you're rusty, master musician, and a great singer. Well, that's someone that keeps a journal. I like that. 20 years in to a world, and they're a master historian. They keep a journal of day-to-day activities. On Tuesday, Phil got a sneeze, and it was terrifying, but inevitable. Named Hellfire. Evil bastard. That doesn't sound even remotely appetizing. But I'm also not a hot sauce person. Is that the sauce that you put on your friends' sandwiches to upset them? I just have some Tabasco. I'm kind of basic when it comes to hot sauces. I like my sauces to be hot-ish. Not set your ass on fire the next day hot, you know? If your ass not on fire, it ain't hot. Fair enough. Then I guess I like warm sauces. I used to like barbecue sauce, and now I'm a type 1 diabetic, and I've read the carb counts of barbecue sauce, and no, I don't really like barbecue sauce. But it's got a more varied taste. What's it called? I need to find more sauces that are about that spicy, because I really like that level of spicy, but anything more than that's kind of... Ah! You know what I mean? All right, chat, we shall finish the pit. Uh-oh, never mind. I guess one more thing I got to smooth first. Let's just smooth that. So Rhinestone, last night I spent 2 hours while getting ready for bed and half watching TV, modding Stalker. Really delicious mango habanero sauce. Ooh. I really like mango and habanero. That's one of my favorite spicy combos. Pepper sauce. It's probably a little more spice than Tabasco. It's been a while since I had it. Fair enough. But I like the flavor profile of habanero a whole lot. Like, yes, it is hot, but it's like that habanero peach sour I had pretty recently. Set your throat on fucking fire, but that was a good beer. It was a very tasty beer. Not as spicy as that ghost pepper stout I had once though. Ghost pepper McChicken once? What? It was actually sweetened a little. I mean, that's McDonald's we're talking about, so it's, yeah. Investments are open, chat. Heads up. It has been diluted, made for taste rather than hotness. Ah. I mean, that's what I like. I like flavors. Large payout people indeed. And then we get rid of all of the stairs. And all of the ramps. And once we're done getting rid of all of the ramps, we're going to smooth the whole thing down here. Well, that sucks, Magna. I've just watched so many people like destroy their own fitness eating a lot of McDonald's as frequent regulars at McDonald's, and it hurt me inside every day for years when I worked there. So this is the last layer we're digging down to, which is layer 10. And then we get to spend the next 30 years getting rid of all of these boulders. It's probably about how long it's going to take us to get rid of all of these boulders. Thanks, Jeff. She'd be pretty angry if you bought it diluted. Fair enough. Also, Rhinestone, I'll actually get to watch that show if we get to 100% on the make me take an extra day off by Friday. Which means I have today and tomorrow. We're close. We're 94% of the way there. Then I can take Saturday off and watch the show instead of having to watch the recording later. Say fuck it. I mean, I'd like to get there legitimately. Yeah, I saw. That's why I mentioned it. I'm looking forward to it. I don't have enough concerts in my life, so any kind of live music, man. Any kind of live music. I've been missing concerts so much, and it's been made so obvious to myself because I've been watching so much KEXP. So much KEXP. But you know, KEXP is kind of great, so there's always is a good time to be watching KEXP recordings because KEXP is wonderful. Also, thanks, Baka. Cheers. You know, if someone throws, I think it's like 18 channel points. One more person throws channel points, we'll be at 95%. Yeah, and NPR's Tiny Desk series. Yeah, Tiny Desk is also good. I think I like KEXP more, but that's just because I like their DJs more. Well, that's probably just because I watch KEXP more. Yeah, right? If Twitch didn't just, like, completely break yesterday. I believe it. Go Bordello is just kind of hilarious in general. I used every inch of that office. That was like the time that I saw a Celtic metal band. I can't remember the name of them, but it wasn't anybody famous. But they had 12 members, and I saw them at a venue called the Rickshaw in Vancouver, which, to give you an idea, is maybe like a stage that's about 5 meters from like the wall to the front and like maybe 12 meters wide or so. So you have 12 people, each with like 1 meter squared, all playing multiple instruments. None of them could move. Like, the singer eventually just like got off the stage and just stood in like the security pit because they couldn't keep her like on stage, and then one of the guitarists was eventually like on a speaker. Like, it was very funny, very amusing. It's like there was just too many of them. Little bit framey, but once again, it's just because we're digging. Although this won't be all of the digging even once it's done, because this big ol' island in the middle still needs to go bye-bye, and this chunk right here where our fortress currently is carved is also going to go bye-bye, because I want to carve in all of those walls all the way along there, but I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. I might actually just dig out this layer one beneath and dig it out to the side and then channel the whole thing down rather than taking out the whole mountainside. So we'll have like this kind of suspended area above the fortress. That might be how I do it. And then we'll do trading and stuff in here later or something. I'll figure it out. So yeah, right now frame rate's a little scummy, but like I said, it's literally just because we're digging. How big of a venue is that, Ryan? I love seeing big bands perform in small venues. It's really funny. There you go. Thanks, Crow. I think we can do that tomorrow. Because I'm taking Saturday off regardless, because I need to see that live show. Stage barely fits a 5-person band. Oh boy. Shit. I'll bet you that venue is having a hard time in this world. that we live in. Nah, really? Or are they benefiting from the, fuck it, rulings? They're propped up by the city. Oh, that's good. I know, Rickshaw is having financial problems. Because they're privately owned. But the gist that I get is they're basically just like, hey, buy our merch or like tip us money if you want to see us continue after all of this is over. Which is kind of scary, so I sent them $5 and they sent out an email saying that they have enough to keep the lights on for another 6 months, so fingers crossed. Like, a large portion of that venue's shows just support the food bank. Like, they're not the most money-maker-y place anyway. But how's things, Crow? It's good to see you, man. Ah, gotcha. Sent $10 on their way on the behalf. It was a limited run thing. This was back in June that they did it. So, if it pops up again, I'll post it on Discord. In the music section. Last I checked, though, they were organizing, like, live streams and shit. So, I think they'll probably be okay. Like, they're back to booking bands again, but, like, they're booking band... Because the guy that owns it also owns a talent agency called Modified Ghost. And there's another one that is owned by the co-owner, which is called Electric Orange. And, those two talent agencies are the money behind it. But actually, like, keeping the lights on for the venue is tricky. But I think at this point they're probably okay. It was scary for a little bit there, though. Yeah, I mean, that Holy Fuck show that I bought tickets to go see. Like, a lot of bands are booked for those kind of early, mid next year time frames. Oh, I love Rain. Rain is wonderful. Unless, like, you need to ride a bike in it or something. Like, here it can rain for, like, months on end. A friend of mine has been riding his bike to work all summer because of the pandemic, and they weren't allowed to take public transit to work. So he bought a bike and has been riding a bike to work. And I asked him, like, so what is your plans for the winter season when it, like, rains all year? And he goes, buy a scuba suit. For Holy Fuck? Ryan? That's an oddly specific band to have seen a couple of times. Unless you're referring to a different band. Yeah, no, I know my friend who rides his bike to work, Kevin, he says that he'll come with me to see Holy Fuck if the show happens and if he can get the day off. But he also said that that's not going to sell out, so he didn't bother pre-buying tickets, and he's probably correct. Knowing the Vancouver audience, that's not going to sell out. I work a job where I sit all day, so I do like to walk around for an hour after you get out. Ah, but you can't do that when it's raining. I gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just happy. My legs are like still hurting, but my knees have stopped hurting from the hike last weekend. So I'm actually at the point now where I can go back to my walks in the evenings. I don't know. I'd bring an umbrella. I own 2 umbrellas. So I would just bring that. I need to go blackberry picking actually before they all rot. Getting to the end of that season. There's a ton of blackberry bushes throughout the city over here, and you could just like go to a random greenway and just pick that stuff. I'm a bear posing as a human? Fucking skinny ass bear, man. That 3070 announcement, the very affordable next generation graphics card. What about it? Aside from that, it's a very affordable next generation graphics card. I might actually buy a new graphics card. I mean, we knew that this would happen. This happens every year, or every couple of years, right? They'll put out a series of graphics cards that's ludicrously powerful and ludicrously overexpensive. And then 3 years later, they'll put out the version running on the same tech once the tech is cheaper. So it's cool. It's nice to see. I mean, I do that too, Morden. It has to be absolutely pouring for me to bring an umbrella. I'll just wear a hat. Or I'll put on my toque, keep my hair dry. Like, I'll wear a windbreaker, but I'll just go out into the rain. I got many waterproof jackets. Yeah, I think the lack of upgradability is the main thing that keeps me from wanting a laptop. Although, I almost bought a fucking Chromebook. And the reason I almost bought a Chromebook is because I'm that guy that likes to go sit in coffee shops for an hour and get work done. And I was getting really fucking annoyed sitting in my local coffee shop that I like going to on my phone. But now coffee shops aren't something that you're allowed to stay in for an hour and a half to 2 hours. Coffee shops are something that you walk into, buy your coffee, smile and say thank you as best as you can through your mask, and then leave. I feel like everybody has been prototyping fully upgradable laptops for like 15, 20 years, and none of them ever... Does anybody remember? I want to say it was Razer. It was like Project something. That fully modular desktop PC that was like 18 different cubes, and they're all liquid cooled and they're magnetic, and you just like snap them together, and you could just buy different modules for the PC, and you could just like take these weird things that look like giant Duplo bricks and like click them together, and it would just work. Hold on. Fully modular Razer PC. A really dumb thing to Google. Project Christine! That was it. Linus Tech Tips video from 2014. That wasn't an April Fool's, but it never came out. Here it is. 2014. Powered by NCIX, back when they existed. Yeah, this fucking thing, right here. That fucking thing, right there. This fucking thing. I'm not making this shit up. That existed. That existed. And Linus doesn't have piercings. You remember that video? Me too. Me too. Thanks, Silvertongue. We're almost there. He has a beard now? I haven't watched Linus Tech Tips in a couple of years. Maybe just the video was low quality, so I couldn't see his earrings. I'm surprised I don't get the "you look like Linus Tech Tips" anymore. People used to always ask me if I'm Linus Tech Tips. The only time people ask me if I'm Linus Tech Tips now that my hair's long is when they don't see my face. Like, I've had some people on the, like, news videos for Dwarf Fortress comment that this guy's like the Linus Tech Tips of Dwarf Fortress, which I think is really funny. Does that mean that I'm just ads for Dwarf Fortress? Oh, God. Except I'm way taller than Linus. Linus is short. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that blows, Crow. That's what I said. Linus has a much more nasally voice than me. We have similar speech patterns because we literally grew up, like, a couple kilometers apart. And he works like their office is like a 30-minute bus ride from me. 15 minutes in a car. I'm very close to their office. To the point where, like, way back when they operated out of a basement, I remember looking at the area of town. Sorry, I realized I was peeking my microphone a little bit. The area of town that they were in, I remember looking at that house and going, oh my God, I recognize that house. And then, like, Google Mapsing for a couple minutes and finding the house and realizing that a friend of mine lived a couple blocks up the street. So, either I am a pathological spooky stalker, or I live really close to Linus. It was like a full rat beard. That's funny. Wait, what? Did somebody drop the chief medical dwarf? Peter died. The dwarven baby has been found dead. It wasn't a cave-in. But the chief medical dwarf fell and dropped the baby. The dwarven baby's upper left leg takes the full force of the impact and is smashed into an unrecognizable mass. An artery has been opened by the attack. Well, never changed, Dwarf Fortress. I need coffins. I'm so sorry. What, a mother falls down a sea level and baby just splits into gore? Did the buzzard attack them? No, they just fell. It was Peter. Axon fell. Axon's fine, though. I think. Yeah. Axon's fine. She doesn't feel anything at the unexpected death of somebody, and she was sad at somebody's death, afraid after experiencing trauma, and horrified after seeing Peter Selly die. Absolutely pancakes the baby. I wonder if there's even a corpse. I think the baby might have been atom smashed. Well, that's disturbing. No, I'm making a sarcophagus. So we won't have problems. Nervicious, hello, what's up? That's the first baby death we've had. Surprise, surprise, babies are delicate. God, I can't wait until we're finished digging the pit. Because this does a number on your frames. All the physics of the boulders falling. Apparently I don't have enough bars. To make a second coffin. I feel so bad, man. This is the problem with small forts, is like... And lump fell. They're not falling off the edge, are they? No. Weird. Lump is alive, though. Lump is fine. Just to be clear. Well, at least these children are still happy. Irritated after having clothes rot off her body. I don't know, is it? You're eligible for a sub discount. Wait, can you extend your subscription at a discount? I don't think so. Huh. I mean, if you're eligible for the sub discount, grab it. Unless it's just bugged. Oh, your sub lapsed like an hour ago? Oh. Huh. So what you're saying is everybody should... Yeah, I've been told that. So the way they worded it is you can get a sub discount if your sub lapses and you resub to somebody, but... Or they didn't make it word like... They didn't word it like that. The way they worded it was... If you sub to somebody for the first time, you get the discount. They apparently didn't make it that way. So supposedly if your sub lapses during this month and you don't re-up and then re-up, once it's lapsed, you can buy it for a discount, which is ridiculous. What was I doing in this screen? Oh, right. I was seeing if anybody's putting an item in Tomb. Who subbed on Monday? Yeah, kind of. That's why I think they should just give everybody the discount if they're already subbed. I don't know. But yeah, if you're not subscribed to the channel, you can subscribe on a discount. And it's a pretty heavy discount if you subscribe for 6 months.
I dropped our sub baby.
Well, that's why it's 10 months now. Thank you very much. Welcome back with that Twitch Prime. Cheers, Axon. Enjoy those stupid skulls. Thanks for keeping the sub alive. Can I get a round of beers in chat for Axon? Cheers. Bum, 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 bum. All right, chat. It is 1:05 p.m. I'm going to go grab me sandwich. I'm hunger. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere fast unless you really want to. Thanks for all the support. I'm going to let them finish digging out this pit. BRB. And no combat. That's a relief. Before anybody asks, ham and cheese sandwich. Not the most exciting, unfortunately.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. Sandwich is aight. So, Hobo, I might just be completely out of the loop. I know you said you were committing a war crime, but I have no idea what that war crime was. Ah, crap. I accidentally got rid of my stairs. Whoops. Maybe that's why the frames kind of got worse. I don't know what hot tackies are. What the heck are hot tackies? Is that like making chicken strips with Doritos? Because that's delicious and I've done that. So good Doritos, gotcha. Takis, apparently they're an American chip thing. Mexican would make sense why I don't find them down here. Oh. Huh. I've never seen them. Maybe I don't spend enough time in the junk food aisle. Alright, just gonna go rinse my plate. All right. We're at the bottom. We are at the bottom. This means it's now time to begin removing all of this. Only one casualty in the digging. It's a lot of rocks, specifically. Look a bit like cinnamon sticks, do they? I don't know. This is new to me. But anyway, it looks like a delicious war crime, and I wish I could have some. But the only way I could think to carb count that would be to weigh them, and then weigh them after they're breaded, so you know exactly how much. Like, I've been trying to figure out for a while, like, because I would really like some breaded chicken strips. I have no idea how the fuck I would count those, because I used to make breaded chicken strips. It's like roll the dice. Just pray. Crafts and ground construction. I mean, we have 1,000. Well, we have 984 years left. We got lots of time to use all that rock. It's not the rock that worries me, though. It's all the gems. Yeah, and then mathematically take the difference. Well, it would be the flour and the chips. No point in engraving this. All right, so we're gonna have a couple of legendary engravers by the time all this is done. Just a couple. Does that much stuff cause lag? Yep. But it only really causes lag if it gets displaced. So if there's, which is why mining causes lag right now, is because it's not the actual mining that causes the lag, it's the objects that are above the tiles that are getting carved out falling that cause the lag. So when the tile underneath them gets removed, that causes lag. But the actual mining itself, not so much. So the rock's just chilling there, a little bit, but not much. The rock's being moved by something, a lot of lag. Yeah, so if the game is calculating all of those objects' physics, then suddenly it becomes an issue. But as long as they're just sitting there, it's not a huge problem. So just having them isn't going to be an issue. Now, if I tell the dwarves to move them, then we might have an issue. But, like, we're at 50 frames right now. We're at max frames. We're doing just fine. But let's just say some water flowed through that area and pushes a bunch of the rocks. We're going to have a lot of problems. Yeah, pretty much. But water causes lag anyway. So, Humble put out a bundle that is like a music production samples and loops pack. I'm just going to read the names of these because I think they're funny. Industrial Underscore. Funky Boom Bap. Turntable Scratch Pack. Club Step. I might buy one of these or two of these. KTRL EDM Sounds. Mixcraft 8 Home Studio. That's software. Hip Hop Expression. Soul Vocals. EDM Vocals. Soundtrack loops for soundtracks. I might buy that first one, mostly because I want to know what Funky Boom Bap is. If anybody wants the link. Funky Boom Bap. Probably worth the $1.80. Oh yeah, no, so if my dwarves are just moving stuff to storage, that's fine. But like, if water flowed through and displaced a whole bunch of them, or if there was a cave-in, that would probably kill the game for a couple minutes. No, but that sounds like something a YouTuber would do. YouTuber music producer would do. I did actually. Zalaro, I did. I swear I've heard it before. Was that Friday? You mean like as in the song Friday? All right, so now what the fuck are we gonna do down here? I guess just let them smooth for a while. Not even that many dwarves detailing floors. Riptorus, I need you making more clothing. But yeah, no, Zalara, I remember us talking about it, and I do remember looking it up. Listening to a couple songs. What, in Dwarf Fortress? I mean, that's what Twitch chat's for, to cause friction. With a baby in each arm? Luckily, the only baby that you had to carry died of an unfortunate work accident by your own hand. But you're already over it, so that's good. You're already over it. I keep seeing that we're at war with these guys icon and thinking that it's my home faction and having a freak out. Shall just remain dreams. Oh, yeah. Could you imagine, like, dwarves sliding on ice? Yeah, that was you. That was you. Could you imagine dwarves sliding on ice? Do you have any idea how many dwarves would, like, slide into traps? Like, if you made, like, an ice ramp trap, everybody would just die. Like, that's how that would end. Everybody would be dead. Just period. Like, I don't see that ending well. Oh, wait. Was it not? Was he not you? Actually, it might have been Axe. Hold on. Let me double check. Yeah, it was Axon, not you. Sorry. Yeah, right? Imagine just, like, making a weapon cannon that just, like, skids stuff along ice. It's not the goal in this fort. The goal in this fort is to last 1,000 years. Zaloro, which means we gonna be here for a little bit. Yeah, we are gonna be here for a little bit. Oh, shit. Astra withdraws from society. Sorry. I was looking at chat. I'm just kind of like reading up in chat. You might have to pick up the $25 to hear that bundle. Just make sure you give me like $3 of that. I might have to pick up that bundle. At least the $1 tier. I'm trying to like pick up like build a sound library for video editing. So having loops is helpful. Speaking of sound editing, I want to make a cheering sub sound for $6 or $7 a month on Patreon and $10 plus tiers on Twitch, but I need your help to do that. I currently have two recordings from people, but just take whatever microphone you have and record like 3 to 5 seconds of you going, yay, or some equivalent, and send it to me so that I can edit together like a sound clip of as many people cheering as possible. And then I'll cheer over it like a dozen different times, and I'll make it sound like a big crowd of people so we can have our own cheering sound effect. Or heck, even just like you clapping or something. I don't know. You can also just click the image underneath the stream. All right, so what does this dwarf want? You're just sitting there. Probably skeletons, right? Yeah, skeletons. That's always my first bet when they're like, I don't have all this stuff. More like clipping. I mean, if you want clipping, you could clip your fingernails and record that sound. The 8-bit lead pack, but it's $20 right now. So for an extra $5, might as well get the next one up. Yeah, that's not bad. Like I said, that's one of those humble bundles that's like, that's just fun. You mean audio clipping? Give me more credit. I can edit that out. Come on. I have to edit Rhinestone's voices for podcasts. I can edit some audio clipping out. So pig leather, stray boar bone, buzzard leather, cushion purple spinel, rough sards, willow logs, apricot wood logs, and limonite. Craftsdorf shop. Mysterious construction. Just DM it to me on Discord. To be clear, Hobo sent me one.
Woo, yeah, you did it, yeah.
So, be as enthusiastic or as bored sounding as you want. It doesn't really matter. It's too big. Thanks for buying the loop crate. Totally not a loot crate. Astrobanjos Endokill, the herbalist, has created Alam Sheton Ingul Ushat, a Lamanite earring, and claims it as a family heirloom. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. Worth 51,600. This is a Lamanite earring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with marquee cut purple spinels and decorated with pig leather. This object menaces with spikes of limonite, willow, and buzzard leather, and on the item is an image of dwarves in apricot wood. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time, of the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. On the item is an image of a leopard in shard. On the item is an image of Ibel, Dagger Cardinal, the dwarf, and dwarves in pig bone. Ibel, Dagger Cardinal, Dagger Carnel, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Ibel to the position of Baroness of the ignited creation in mid-autumn of year 5. It's one of the legendary dwarves of this world. Not as cool as the mask, though. Oh god. There's too many artifacts. Okay, where is it? Did somebody already pick it up? Might be in transit. Yeah, I think somebody picked it up. Yeah, it's probably getting stuck into one of those crafting bins. Heads up, chat. Investments are open. I love how slow the dwarves go when they're carrying like 50, 60 crafts. It's just kind of funny. Ba-la-lum-bum-bum-bum-bum. I was about to say, I can't get past 5,000, but maybe we'll get past 5,000. The caravan has arrived. Like maces and socks. Oh, hey, Lump is no longer depressed. That's good. It's good to see. Trying to think who would be a good leather armor and bracelets and catapult parts. Don't want catapult parts. Trying to think who would be a good dwarf to promote to Baron. Like Squug would be a good dictator Baron. I think the Great Pedinsky would make a good Baron. Speaking of you can actually have stone detailing because, like, you know, you got a lot of stone detailing that needs to be detailed. You know, it's me. I'm Reddit famous. I mean, you are Reddit famous. That post got a lot of upvotes. For those of you who missed the memo, Eripterus's mask I made into a Reddit post, and it got like 260 upvotes. I don't know where this thing went. Weird. Now I can't find crafts. What? Boom, 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 boom. There they are. It's probably in there somewhere. Yeah, the murder. Just posted your audio to the Discord. Cool. That it's daytime and you don't have to worry about it waking people up. Thanks for posting the things in chat or in the Discord chat. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. I think next year we'll upgrade a dwarf. Next year. On some shitty meme? Most votes I have is like... I think it was like 3,000 on some shitty meme, and the second most upvotes I have is on my coworker's thigh. Because my coworker at the time has a tattoo of a My Little Pony butt fucking a Care Bear. And she sent me a picture of it. And I asked if I could put it on Reddit, and she said, fuck yeah. And it got so many upvotes that 3 days later, she was at her second job as a server in one of the gentlemen's clubs. And somebody fucking recognized it. Anyway. Flattering. But we'd rather maintain our distance from the homeland. Next year. Next year we'll do it. And you know, I think we might give it to Tapioke. Because Tapioke's the expedition leader, and you know, she's being very good about it. She hasn't been gotten distressed once. She's 99 years old. She has a great sense of willpower, a good intuition, a very good feel for social relationships. She likes amulets, which are easy to produce. I think Tapioke will get it next year. I mean, you know, we all have our one claim to fame, right, Jack Nurk? I just got an email from Twitch about watch parties. Can I actually do watch parties now? Viewers around the world can participate in watch parties if the title is available with Prime or a Prime Video subscription in their region. I wonder if I could do watch parties on a unaffiliated account. Because I wouldn't mind doing that on an account that's not this one. Invite our trader over. You wouldn't be able to watch something not available in the US, and I wouldn't be able to watch something not available in Canada, yeah. I think there might be an artifact in here somewhere. I'm just going to scroll through this real quick. Yeah, there might be, but it's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I'm in two minds about that stuff. Now pick up all that crystal glass, because crystal glass is hard as fuck to make. Same with clear glass. Just in case I get an artifact that requests clear glass. Green glass is easy. You can do green glass very easily, but crystal... Yeah, no, there's a lot of that stuff that I quite like, but like, I always just come back to the feeling of, I feel like watch parties is one of those doomed features where it's really cool in theory, but will just never work well because of licensing. Convinced of that. Oh, hey, they have Kia meat. I like this Dwarven caravan style. They also have cat meat. Which we'll skip. Just to keep people happy. Got all these cavern creature bits. It's interesting. Ba-dum-bum. Also, they always bring garlic and capers and onions, which aren't the things I can get here, so we'll buy those. Yeah, but Discord screen sharing leaves something to be desired, shall we say. Also, there's like limits to the number of people you can have watching and whatnot. That's why I said, like, it's a good feature in theory that will never work due to licensing. I say, oh, wonderful. Thank you for your business. Also, Discord screen sharing technically is illegal. Technically. Oh yeah, there's F1 stuff in the morning, followed by Devin Townsend. What else is happening on Saturday? But we have 5% more to go for me to be able to take Saturday off. Ah! I should watch F2. So here's the question. How the heck am I going to do bedrooms? Because I need, let's just say 40 bedrooms. Reasonably. Like, I'm kind of thinking about doing something like this. Something like this. Something like that. And then just extend this up to here. And do more. What do you guys think of this kind of design for bedrooms? That would get us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Hey, Nag. Cheers. I can't up the maximum amount. That is the maximum amount I can allow you to submit. I think, anyway. I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of wish that I could allow you guys to pay to complete those. Because you can do it with voting. Why can't you do it with those channel points goals? Like, it would be neat to have, like, streamers for years have had various ways of having tip goals and bit goals, right? It would be neat to kind of have an official way to do that. You prefer 4x3? I mean, I could totally just extend them by 1. Those needy bastards. Yeah, I guess. I think I liked the size a little bit less the second you said you stated why you like them, but so that's how many? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20. You got into RuneScape again? You're not the only one in this chat who's into RuneScape. I mean, RuneScape kind of is a classic. Like, I think at this point, we, like, as a society, we can agree that RuneScape is a classic. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. We'll do a diagonal door on that. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. That should be plenty. Start all over again because your old account got hacked and banned. I feel like that's a story I've heard many times. Old account got hacked. Oh god. That does suck though. At least it's not Japanese housing. British housing is better than Japanese housing. So that's going to be our bedrooms. Raw plump helmets are better than British food? I don't know about that necessarily. I don't know. I think people don't give British food enough credit. There's lots of different kinds of British food that are delicious. 40. Not 45. Is it bad, chat, that I can predict down to the minute when my view count is going to change based on other people's stream schedules? Like, oh, I dropped 8 viewers. Wonder why. Oh, X person is live. That makes sense. They auto-host me. Dude, I would absolutely fancy a toast and beans sandwich. In fact, I ate one of those not too long ago. Toast and beans is like something that I ate constantly as a small child. Here, we'll recount them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. I might have counted one twice. So, yes. They're just big. So they look big. Like, if I was doing, like, 2x2 bedrooms, I could have fit a lot more in there. Now we need to figure out where and how I'm going to build a tavern. Because I think temple is going to go beneath this 1Z level. Like, I'll carve this out, and I'll put... The temple will be like that or something down here. And we can make, like, a neat shape out of it and do some fun stuff with it. Into the column. Now, the column's going to be temples to various deities. Those are all going to be temples. Put the tavern on top. You guys just want me to fuck my frame rate, don't you? It's not that column. Column? You're referring to the big column like it's something I'm familiar with. I have no idea what you're talking about. Got thrown out the window. I mean, they'll just fall out the windows anyway. We don't need to throw them out. Also, we're drinking split beer, barley wine, turnip wine, apricot wine, plum wine, and dwarven wine. These dwarves are eating and drinking good. Oh, that's not gonna be... This is gonna get dug out. Because all the crafting is gonna get moved into the pit. And then I'm going to dig this area out. This area isn't planned to stay here. I mean, I guess I could use, like, the bottom layer or something. Isn't that where you just make toast and then make a sandwich out of it? I don't know if that's inherently British. That's just food. That's just basic, cheap food. It's like, as I call them, a poor man's grilled cheese. It's when you're too lazy to pull out the frying pan to make a grilled cheese. You just slap your cheese on your bread. You toast both sides of the bread before you slap the cheese on it. And then you stick it in the microwave for 40 seconds to melt the cheese. Me lazy grilled cheese. I mean, I could.
For everyone.
I could screw it, but I don't know. I was kind of just planning on constructing stuff. Because I think having like a constructed town down here would be badass for the future, you know? I mean, there's a lot of bad British food, but there's also a lot of bad food literally everywhere. No, that's because it's Spitaliers. Only Spitalier can use Why are these fools still breathing my air? 1. God, that's so good. Also, I'm gonna listen to some of these cheering sounds. So this is the one from Jack Nurek.
Woo, yeah, baby, let's go.
This is Hobo Awake.
Aw, dude, fuck yeah. Dude, that's so fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
That's gonna be fun. And this is Axons.
Woo! Good job.
Gotta go to work, so have a great one.
Dude, thanks for swinging by. Thanks for the 6 months. Welcome back. If you have a couple seconds, record yourself saying "yeah" really loudly, because I'm trying to get as many voices clips of people saying "yeah" so that I can put them all into one wall of "yes." You need to make you could totally just scream "re" in the background. Or maybe we need to do another one, which is just like scream in terror into a microphone. Ah! But thank you very much for the 6 months. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Faulted Thrower? 6 months with Twitch Prime. Welcome back. When it's not late at night, fair enough. Yeah, don't wake the fam up, you know? Or the roommates, or the neighbor, or the cat. How are the dwarfs doing? How's the library doing, actually? 22 books, including copies. After the end, a parchment choir. Conversations after the end. This is an exceptional turkey parchment choir. Written on the item is a manual titled Conversations After the End, written by the great Padinsky. It concerns the personal interviews as sources, written by the writing bubbles over with cheerfulness. Overall, the prose is not awful and not very good either. That is hilarious because the great Padinsky murdered somebody. Tantrumed and murdered somebody. That is amazing. And now he's just like painfully happy. Yeah, I murdered an Andar in year 16. So 4 years ago, 5 years ago in game, and is like perfectly happy, right? Right? Also, can I just say conversations after the end is great? Who murdered your first incarnation? Because Anandar was murdered by... Oh, Crow murdered you, Jack. And Crow and Crow's husband were both expelled. So Crow and Cole were both expelled for the murder of you. Because we didn't have a prison yet. But in the case of the Great Padinsky, we put him in prison. And he just, you know, was fine by the time he came out. Which is amazing and also kind of terrifying. Sometimes dwarven justice works. Yes, sometimes. Say that again. Did I ever tell you? Does anybody here remember the time that I sent out a dwarf to go raid one of my old forts, and my old fort was one that I retired, and it was a volcano fort, and a large portion of the artifacts in that fort were on fire And then when I raided the other fort, like I was in a fort and I sent out my dwarves to go try and reclaim some artifacts from a fort that I retired. And one of the last things I did in that fort when I retired it, which wasn't Burial Fire, was it? It was the recent volcano one I did. And then the dwarf came back and spontaneously combusted because went out and got an artifact that was eternally burning and brought back an eternally burning book and then immediately caught fire when he got back. And then the whole map burned down. I need to be really careful to not do that. That's one of those really funny in hindsight things that I think back on and go, God, I hope that never happens again. Like that, because I was just thinking like, man, it would be really bad if this map caught fire because a lot of this brown is made of wood. It's like 50-50 wood and mudstone, right? Wood burns, even if it's constructed in Dwarf Fort. MP3 wave, yeah, it's all good. Doesn't matter. M.M4A, it really does. As long as it's not an OGG, because my software doesn't like OGG, so then I would just need to put it in Audacity and then switch it over to OGG. It's fine. It's all good. Now I just need to figure out whether or not I want to put it behind Patreon sounds or bit sounds. Or maybe both. Like, I could just make it like, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. OGG is a great format, but Premiere doesn't know what it is, so. FLAC's better, though. FLAC is best format. FLAC for life. Yeah, I'm actually relatively hopeful that we're not going to have too many problems with frames in the future. Just because, like, now that we're done digging this pit, frames are kind of okay. Flack for posterity. Fair enough. I mean, OG is literally the original gangster gang. Curious how many upvotes that has. Hey, Pablo. 278 upvotes. Damn. You're new at this stream? So it's pretty simple, really. We've been in this world for 16 years now. Or on this map for 16 years. We've done a lot in those 16 years. And by a lot, I mean we dug a really big hole. We dug all the way down to here. If you're familiar with Dwarf Fortress, you'll probably guess that this is a lot of open space. We dug around a stream because who digs up a stream and redirects it? That's just a pain in the ass. So instead we dug around it and made this artificial, or natural aqueduct, rather. I don't know why I keep saying artificial. It's natural aqueduct. We have this kind of above ground fort area, which has our tavern in it. And beneath that we have a little bedroom area and a little catacombs area for pets down at the bottom, artifacts in the middle, some more bedrooms, and some tombs in the right, as well as the history of the fortress in the form of statues. Now, the goal of this fortress is to live for 1,000 years. So, we've got a long time to go. 984 years to be specific, as Stone was so kind to put into the chat. So we'll be here a while. Luckily, though, I stream full time, so I don't think it'll take too long. Because I'll be playing other games around it as well. And as far as I know, documented, this would be one of the oldest forts ever if we get to the end. Actually, if we get to 600 years, I think it'll be one of the oldest forts ever. 450, and we'd be one of 2 that have documented to go that long. It'll only take 1.5 years. That's our estimate, but I think that that's a low estimate. The reason that's a low estimate is that's the estimate of if I stream this fort 6 hours a day at 50 FPS. Yeah. We've already had a few stories. We've had that dwarf that recovered from murdering another dwarf. What about rebuilding Khazad-dûm in the Mines of Moria? You see, I would do that, but people have done that, and there's just stencils for it, so I don't see how that's interesting or exciting. It's much more interesting and exciting to build a new and unique design, in my opinion. Also, I don't have a big enough map to do that anyway, so it doesn't matter. So instead, we've dug this big old pit, and we're going to be constructing a town down here. Those around the edge are going to be my bedrooms. I guess we'll carve our tavern into here. Maybe make a 2 or 3 floor tavern out of that. This over on this side is going to be where all of our workshops are. We're going to have some stockpiles on the outside, inside of storage buildings. It's going to be great. I'm not going to build anything from a movie or film franchise. No, thank you. I know that that's popular and a lot of people like doing stuff like that. Maybe a controversial opinion here. I like to build my own things because if you build things from other things, it's not really my thing. I like making my own things because then I feel like I've accomplished something. If I just build something that somebody else already created before, it's much less exciting. Versus building my own thing for the first time and making my own completely unique and interesting design. So, but yeah, if you want to watch previous portions of this fortress over on that YouTube channel right there, there is a selection of VODs on the actual YouTube channel. That link is to the most recent lore video I did on about a different fort. But if you can watch all of the VODs up until yesterday's, because they're all up. Basically, yes. You nailed it. And we have a pet unicorn. And a pet fluffy wambler that we bought from the elves. So how'd you find the stream out of curiosity, Shock Meta? As you seem pretty new to Twitch. Make your own storage mudstone? Put that, it'll be what? Oh, make your own storage mudstone pit? I mean, hopefully it looks a lot prettier in 1,000 years. Because right now they've been told to smooth the whole thing. Are you doing okay there? Stone. It almost looked like you were using voice to text for that. Almost. Also, I think this is the first fort I've ever done where every single dwarf is named. And then slowly, over time, you'll start seeing the smoothed floors show themselves as we remove these boulders. One at a time. We're trying to get all the mudstone out of here first. We actually have had 3, but I think they were only scouting parties, Aegis. They all came from the goblins, and they all left instantly. So we've had 3 invasions. I understand you. It would come out looking like Kobold. I mean, they're smarter than that, but there's probably an element of truth to that. Trying to think where I would like to grow. How's it? How's it? How's you? What RPGs? Might boot up a fort. Well, stream plan for today, for those of you who are just tuning in, is we're going to be doing Dwarfs. And more Dwarfs. And some more Dwarfs. And then after that, I'm going to see if I can play Stalker. Because I installed Stalker Call of Pripyat. It's a game I've won. It's been on my list of games I need to play for a very long time. So probably do another... How many hours have I been streaming? 5 hours? Started Dwarves an hour and a half in. Probably do another 2 to 3 hours of Dwarves. I'd like to get those bedrooms mostly done. Just can't focus today. Sounds like you need a brain no worky video game. It was literally just very deeply on sale. You mean Dwarf Fortress? Would add a free camera movement? It's not how the engine works. I don't think that'll ever happen. I don't understand why people ask questions like, what if they were to do this thing? It's like, well, then they do that thing. Belug!
So much DF content in 17 months.
I mean, there was a point roughly a year ago where I just kind of said, fuck it, and went batshit and stopped streaming Dwarf Fortress once a week and streamed Dwarf Fortress 7 days a week. So since like roughly 13 months ago, so much Dwarf Fortress content. I mean, you can use K for look, but I think that this person's referring to smooth camera movement instead of the, you know, that kind of camera movement. I don't know if I'd want that, though, because that has a tendency to make me sick. You own Clear Sky? I think, isn't that like the worst Stalker? At least the worst reviewed one. But I haven't played Stalker, a Stalker game in its entirety ever. I've played bits and pieces of Shadow of Chernobyl. So we need to reinstall Edge. I've been trying to do that with Skype, and Windows keeps reinstalling Skype, and I keep like freaking out going, oh god, there's Skype installed on my computer. Is there snow down here? Okay, so we are going to get snow down here. New World? Iron Keep? No idea what that is. Yeah, no, Amazon's MMO is called New World. I actually don't know where you download it. Isn't it coming out on Steam? I think it is. Yeah, it's out, I think. No, you can pre-order it. Spring 2021? Really? Is it that far off? Huh. I was browsing New World streams the other day. It's this thing. Oh, really? I was browsing New World streams the other day, and I saw somebody with a funny title, which was Best Game Ever Made. all caps. And then exclamation point hype. Then if you go into their chat, exclamation point hype is a link to pre-order the game. And I looked at that and I'm like, game's not out yet. And you're claiming best game ever made. God, I'm glad I'm not a normal streamer. That shit's fucking insufferable. It sucks right now. I mean, the combat looks pretty. That's all I can say about it, really. I mean, it's a new MMO. Of course there's no end game. Why the fuck would there be end game in a new MMO? It's funny that, like, people are just like, bah! MMO doesn't have end game. It's like, it's not going to have end game for at least a couple years. Come on. There's never been an MMO in history ever that has come out with an end game at day one. Ever. So it's really clunky? Gross. I want to delete Facebook from my phone. I can't. So I'm right there with you. I also want to delete Instagram from my phone. Again, I can't. It's like I need to get a new firmware for my Android. Yeah, but like, the fact that I have to do that to delete an app is ridiculous. Because best is subjective. I mean, I always just remind people that the only perfect video games ever made are Snake and Tetris. I could see an argument for Pac-Man. Games are too complicated to be perfect and best ever. Smartphones are a great idea and an excellent tool, and unfortunately I need one. But they're terrible. Super Mario World for SNES, not a perfect game. Some of those underwater levels suck. Change my mind. Super Mario World is a brilliantly wonderful 10 out of 10 game. It's not perfect. It's one of the greatest games ever made. Not perfect. Those underwater levels blow. Massive horse penis. They suck. This is the underwater levels? Fair enough. I mean, it's not the best game ever made. No, that's Tetris. You'll never change my mind on that. Tetris is the greatest game ever made. You can have other opinions. Pong is on that perfect list? I could see it, but I disagree because it requires a second person. But that's more of a personal opinion than me. That's the problem, is most of these games are just too complicated. That's fair enough. I don't think OG Pong had an AI, did it? I thought you needed two people for OG Pong. I know they've made other versions of Pong since then that have AI, but I thought the original arcade game you needed two people. Dwarf Fortress is not a video game, it's a world simulation that you can interact with if you choose, so screw it. Where does Breakout? Well, Breakout's Arkanoid, but I don't know. I was never big into Arkanoid. Oh, years. I read that as jars. I was like, I mean, I'd be pretty proud because we'd be 990 years in, which is longer than like any other Dwarven fortress ever. Galaga's nowhere remotely close to perfect, but it's fun. I like Galaga. Everybody loves Galaga, but nobody remembers Galaxian. Poor Galaxian. Didn't deserve that. I mean, Candy Crush Saga is the most played game of all time. Which makes me upset. Sure. They also say that the game's in alpha. Screw it. I believe that Dwarf Fortress has been released since it went 3D. It's just a free game that's getting infinite updates. So I disagree with Bay 12 Games on a few things. I think calling it an alpha is stupid. But especially because the Steam version is releasing not in early access. If the Steam version was releasing in early access, I would agree and call it an alpha still, but that sealed my opinion. No, that's not true. I wish you were right, Shock Metamorphosis, but Minecraft isn't even close. Free cell games get played more than Minecraft, and Fortnite gets played more than Minecraft. Candy Crush Saga is the most played game ever of all time, period. And free cell games is Clash of Clans. No, that's actually not true. Grand Theft Auto 5 is the most purchased game. It passed Minecraft relatively recently. Like, during lockdown this year, Grand Theft Auto 5 passed it. Yeah. Which is ridiculous, actually, if you think about it. It's scary to think that Grand Theft Auto 5 is the highest grossing digital media property of all time. Discovery. Oh. The scholar Rhinestone discovered foraging behavior and the diet of creatures. Is your go-to chill and relax game? Really? What do you do to chill and relax in GTA V? I enjoyed the story of it, but I have no interest in the multiplayer, so it doesn't quite have the staying power for me that does for a lot of people. Dirt bike and chill. You know, that's what I used to do in all the old Grand Theft Auto games. I would just get into a vehicle and just drive in circles around the map. And I did that for a bit with Grand Theft Auto, and then eventually I uninstalled it and never reinstalled it. The sweet custom radio station. I mean, the synthwave station has Mitch Murder music on it, so it's pretty good. I mean, I agree with that. Shock Metamorphosis. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Although a lot of people download Dwarf Fortress every month, not a lot of people actively play it. A lot of people download it and bounce off. It's going to be really curious to see how many people are playing Dwarf Fortress after the Steam version comes out. That's going to be really curious to see. So, I don't really see the rocks getting any thinner. Oh my god. How many boulders do we have on the map right now? $17,063. I select them, and the game stops responding. $8,000 710 mudstone. 67,064 nice. 2,203. Whew, that's a lot of rock. All right, well, we're going to be working on this for a bit. There's going to be more crafts in this world than literally anything else in existence. So many stones. Yep, stone. You are correct. There is so many stones. We just kind of got to start building, otherwise this is going to take forever. Cooler, the child has been possessed. Oh no, my cougar's been missing for a week. I think my cougar died. Yeah, I'm pretty certain my cougar died. What if I don't play Diggy Diggy Hole as background music? Like, ever. We would all have such a better life if I never played Diggy Diggy Hole as background music. You can play Diggy Diggy Hole as background music all you want. That's the beauty of a live stream, is you can just put that on and listen to it all you want. Just please don't spam it in the chat, because that will get you removed from the chat. Okay, cooler is gathering wood. Gems, maybe? Yep, gems. Elves indeed, sir. Elves indeed. He begins his mysterious construction. Grab 2 wood logs, 3 wood logs, and rough sards. What kind of shop is that? Crafts Dwarf shop. Any bets on what that child makes, chat? Bow, bow, bow. Something useless? I mean, that's a given. Wow. Wow. There actually is a streaming platform that gives you, where you have to use their own fork of OBS. It's called Caffeine. You have to use their own fork of OBS, and it streams 2 different video streams, one for your camera and one for the screen, and also 2 audio streams, one for the microphone, one for the background audio. So you can adjust the audio on the viewer's end and move the streamer's camera around on the viewer's end, but like nobody streams on that platform and it's kind of dead, so. But it is a neat idea. The problem is nobody uses it, and it's like as dead as Mixer these days. It's one of the reasons why I've always tried to have pretty quiet background music, so people could just put their own music if they want. I hope Twitch buys it. Be nice. Because it's an old, childish, bad song? Shock meta? That was written for children about Minecraft that went viral because it's extremely stupid. That's why I never diggy hole. Cooler, the dwarven child has created Kosash Hosh Ogoth, a pig, or not pig, a pecan wood earring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor. Ancestor? Blah, 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 blah. Ancestor, Eripterus helped pages. The good ones. Man in Nebraska exposes boneless chicken wings in court. They're just tenders and Fall Guys. Jesus. Yeah, and it's a Windrose is a not particularly good band with an okay gimmick that is not very good. You see, if Windrose was at least a competent metal band, I'd be in. Like, if they got somebody like fucking Corpaclani or Illivite or Elven King or a good metal band to cover that song, sure. But Windrose is not very good. I mean, here's the thing. You're not the only person who thought that. And it's true. It is louder on that screen, Axon. It is actually louder on that screen. Not on my end. And not on my recordings. But on Twitch it is. So you explain it to me. I have no fucking idea. So we're 7,200. The Library of Competition. This is a pecan wood earring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pecan wood and encircled with bands of pecan wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of sard. On the item is an image of dwarves in maple. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Clubberhammer by the Rampart of Speaking of the ignited creation in year 3. Clubberhammer is one of the other dwarven forts that our civilization has. But here I'll put it this way, Shock Mount. Diggy Diggy Hole is a bad song written by YouTubers for children. It will always be a bad song written by YouTubers for children. Even if you got a good band to cover it, it's still a bad song written by YouTubers for children. To me, Diggy Diggy Hole is on the exact same level of songs like Baby Shark, Na 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 Na, Na 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 Na. If you think that song is good or entertaining, that is okay. That just means you were a child when it came out. And that's all right. But just realize, to people who grew up since then, why the fuck do I have feather tree egg yolks? I'm so sorry. I'll buy 2 socks. Trade. It's the Baby Shark Minecraft, yeah. And I guarantee you in like 5 years, there's going to be some relatively okay metal band with an alright gimmick that makes a Baby Shark cover. It's going to happen. And I loathe the day. And Axon is the stupid of this chat for making dumb comparisons that make no sense. Although I feel kind of bad. I feel like we're just ripping into somebody for saying to play Diggy Diggy Hole. You'd rather nail your dick to a burning wall than listen to Diggy Diggy Hole. I'll say this, okay? I almost went to go see Windrose live. You want to know why I almost went to go see them live? Is because they were performing at the Rickshaw in Vancouver, which is a very small venue that I really like. And the tickets were $10. Small indie band that no one has ever heard of, with small indie band openers, 2 of them, that no one has ever heard of the day before was $15. I went to that show instead of just seeing Windrose for $10. Is a meme? I know it's a meme. It doesn't make it any smarter or any less dumb. Because Tetris isn't the Dark Souls of anything. Tetris is the Tetris of Tetris. And if you disagree, then But yeah, no, I don't particularly like Windrose. As a metalhead, I don't like them. You know what I totally would have gone to go see, though? Is if Lordy covered Diggy Diggy Hole. That I would go see. Because at least Lordy has a good gimmick. I'm still better at DF than you ever will be. I've probably got more hours in the week to play video games than most people have in 6 months. So I have an unfair advantage. That's not a fair comparison for anybody to make. How you doing, Packers? My mom beat Tetris on Game Boy while pregnant with me. Here's the thing. I guarantee you somewhere there's like a 20 to 35-year-old mom who beat Dark Souls while pregnant with a kid. So, maybe your mom's just better at video games than everybody else here. Last time I beat Tetris was drunk on an airplane. Well, for the Game Boy specifically. You can see credits in Tetris. What do you mean by unattended? I do that every day when I go get lunch or take a piss. It's against Twitch terms of service to not moderate your chat. So, I, in theory, couldn't leave it unattended. What do you mean exactly? You're gonna have to give me more details. Like, let the game run unattended? Yeah, all the time. If that's what you mean. Game Boy Tetris, you can see credits. You just have to beat level 15. If you're playing on Classic and not Endless, that is. Most people just play Endless and don't realize there's a Classic mode for Tetris. I gotta love that this bard has asked to become a permanent resident in this fort every single year in the mid-spring since we got here, and is about to ask again. Cena Shovel Brews wishes to reside in Longdeath for the purpose of entertaining citizens and visitors. No! I should reward her persistence? Maybe. Last thing I need is a fucking squishy human in the fort. I'll put windows all the way around these. Doesn't matter what they're made out of. That would be literally everybody in this fort eventually. Because we're only on year 22 of 1005. Goes insane from caves. Yep. That's pretty much how we do. It's going to be such a exciting moment when all of these boulders are gone. You know, that human must be going just from fortress to fortress to fortress and asking residents every year. Year 50, maybe? Yeah, maybe. So now they get to run past those gem windows. Fabulous. I mean, who doesn't want to be in Longdeath? Longdeath is one of the most ambitious fortresses known to Dwarf. And humankind. I literally have 9 diorite. I find that amazing. Is your baby dwarf still kicking? Yeah, there's only one dead. Oh shit, we had another baby on the topic of. Huh. Yeah, no, we only had one dwarf die. Or one baby dwarf die, and that was Peter, who got dropped on his head and went splat. Quite literally. It was kind of gruesome, actually. Dragon Man, you want it? You got him. Yeah, your baby's still going. A little bit disgusted. You're actually a child now. You're 3 years old. They grow up so fast, Pablo. Zasset, the Dwarven Bab. I had no idea that you were born. You're Dragon Man. Dragon Woman is the child of Euthyrus and Cassiopeia Star. How adorable. 11 days old, born on the day 16. Should I make a YouTube video which is just me singing that song, but with dwarves? And, oh my god, I should make that video, shouldn't I? Fuck. Oh dear, just Peter. You don't need to watch it. Generally, yeah, but you can offset it. It's not a problem if you know what you're doing. I haven't had a single dwarf go insane in this fortress because of rain. So. I don't know if that's just a wholesome meme or what, but it smiled at me, so I had to kill it. Even if you're just humming the song? You for real? That's upsetting. That was a fucking campfire song when I was a child. If it's like a 30-second video, I don't think anyone's gonna give a shit. I don't know. I hate accounts like that. Twitch encouragement. Hey there, I'm here to encourage you to keep streaming. You're doing great. You're a stupid piece of shit. Fuck off is my like knee-jerk reaction. I guarantee you my neighbors can hear me when I do that. Yeah, you're doing so good. You're Dude, I banned Stay Hydrated bot the same day it happened. When that thing was spreading around Twitch, I banned that so fast. Oh god, I love Willie Shatty. He's good people. I love how both William Shatner and why am I blanking out his name? Reichert. Another baby. And Reichert both went on to create really dumb conspiracy theory shows. Any dibs on the next baby? Who wants it? Yeah, right? Stone? He is the son of Axon and Lump. Was born today, which makes him very young indeed. Hopefully Axon doesn't throw you off the wooden railing like the last baby. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His sideburns are neatly combed and his long mustache is arranged in double braids. He personally values tradition, respects the law, and dreams of raising a family. Feels best when everyone gets along with any strife or contention. Is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he enjoys the company of others. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he often feels discouraged. He often tells pointless stories when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. So this one time, band camp. And beards. And you have to beard the baby right after they're born. If you don't beard the baby, the baby will get, I don't know, unbabified. That's how much they've smoothed so far. The spot that's not flashing. They've been smoothing for about a year. Thanks, Storm Scourge and Cyrolac. Cheers, guys. %96 of the way. I need a few more altars. Yeah, babies need alcohol. Of course. How else is your baby gonna stay hydrated? Silly question. That's a bad image. I don't like it. Screw it. By unbabied, I mean turned into a shriveled husk. I love how you can kind of see like this circle of mudstone that's slowly disappearing from all of the crafts that are being made out of these mudstone blocks. I like to imagine that before the invention of alcohol, dwarves were like a pathetic, horrible, like unable to do anything functional species, and then after they discovered alcohol, they became this wonderful, powerful creature fond of drink and industry. Speaking of creatures fond of drink and industry, there's actually someone else who frequents this stream who's actually named in this fortress who's streaming right now. I'm not saying I'm ending, because I'm definitely not. And I'm not saying close my stream, but maybe open up another tab and lurk in both. Be cool if you could do that. I like to try and help people who watch my stream, and that's like the least I can do, frankly. Is just tell them that other Dwarf Fortress streamers exist, and you should watch them too sometimes. Not saying that I want you to leave my stream. I mean, in fact, I'd prefer if you stay, honestly, but... Double lurk mode. Cheers, Cyrilic. A good skeleton soldier you is. You know what's sad? Is doing that is, as far as I know, a bannable offense on Twitch. Like, it's completely against Twitch rules to do that without perms. But that's why if someone frequents my stream and I know them a little bit, I'll send people over when they're live. Yeah, midstream raids. Twitch just removed it entirely as a thing that you could do to, it's only a 24-hour ban, but like, if you do that without the other person's permission, like, you can get quite a bit of trouble. But, you know, as someone pointed out yesterday, I had 98% of the Dwarf Fortress viewers. I think I had like 120 people watching at the time, and we had, like, there's a few other streams all with like 1 or 2 viewers, and it's like, yeah, well, it's like other people are trying to... Let's try and rise as a group, not necessarily just me. Not that I'd mind, but, you know, be a lonely place to be, I think. You can't wait for the Steam version of Dia? A lot of people can't wait. Hackers. Yeah, no, same. I don't know which one I'll prefer. I'll probably play them both, stream them both interchangeably, to be honest. I think so, screw it. I think so. Your dwarf crafted masterpiece time machine. I think so. I don't know, Chad. Do you want me to become a barony, or should we just wait until we're like ready to go? Because I don't know. I'm so torn. I mean, right now I'm just trying to get some of these crafts out of here, you know? Like, that's actually what I'm trying to... Like, I'm just trying to put a dent in these boulders. That's the current goal, is to put a dent in these boulders. What's the downside? The dwarf I want to make Baron, which is Tapioca, likes amulets. And because we have so many crafts that we're making, that's great. What if they ban the export of amulets? That's the downside. Make someone else Baron? No. The Sheriff Squug and the Scholar Rhinestone have married! Congratulations! Sorry, that's really funny. You know, it's great when 2 people from chat who don't really know each other get married, and then it's hilarious when 2 people that I play games with on Fridays. Oh, dear. That's funny. I don't know if either of them are here right now, but I'm going to add them on Discord. It's too funny. It means that our dwarves actually have enough downtime to become lovers and friends with different dwarves, which is good. It's really good. If they are inclined to do that, why are you dreading that? He's impervious to the effects of stress after being nauseated by the sun. This is stone 2. He truly is fulfilled by assisting those in need. He is bashful, and he has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. He is sloppy with his living space, and is slow to anger, and he has a sense of humor. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he often feels envious of others. He often acts with compassion, and he is a bit stubborn. When changing his mind about things, he tries to avoid crowds. Welcome back, Hare. You know, you felt love when gaining a sibling. That's interesting. I mean, you're kind of our next... Stone 2, Electric Boogaloo, who is 9 years old, is kind of our next generation doctor. That's probably what he's going to become. Now you might be thinking, streamer, what the hell are you doing? Well, I need to make an area for gardening now, don't I? Never mind, dwarves are going to fall. This is bad. I'll do that later. I will do it in different size. so they don't, deconstruct floor underneath the dwarves. I'll throw the dwarves off the edge. Yeah, make a big old splat. Now, I'm going to need mud. So in order to do that, we're going to need to dump buckets. Come on, that'd be hilarious. Maybe for you... Chat, be honest. How many of you are literally just sitting there watching this fort, like, biding your time and waiting for it to crash and burn? So like me. Aw, Packers, thanks. That's what you wait for on any stream. Okay, good to know. Hopefully we just get further in time than most forts do before they crash and burn. I'll restore a save if it implodes. Sure. I mean, I might back up every 100 years or so. I mean, I think if it implodes, it implodes. Like, if a baddie gets in and kills everybody, a baddie gets in and kills everyone. But... that being said... if it crashes, like if I start having crashy problems, then I'll grab one of the backup saves and restore it. Oh my god, that would take so long. Here's the thing, right? In order to do a time lapse, I would have to have been prepping for that from the beginning. Or are you saying like all of the footage time lapsed? Because it's all going up on YouTube. I mean, I could reclaim it in theory if it gets destroyed. Yeah. You're waiting for a were thing to show up? I can deal with were creatures. I've dealt with were creature infections before. You do got to remember, I do have 2 fully armored iron armor axe lords with steel axes and 3 spear masters with masterwork quality iron spears. You do have to remember we do have that. So we're not like completely defenseless or anything. Also, if you're wondering why I'm building these, this is kind of for frame rate. It's to kind of limit their pathing options for frame rate reasons. How that got canceled because they left a wheelbarrow there. You mean more like a timeline? Well, all of these videos are going up on YouTube. So in 6 months, when we're still playing the sport, you can go back to part 1 and have a look at it. They will care very much when they get caught in a trap because rocks are susceptible to traps. Rocks are not trap avoid. I thought about that. I wonder if anybody's had any good moods about running past that window. I like how the Great Padinsky has been worried and anxious, dwelling upon pondering belief. I mean, here's the thing about frame rate, right? We've probably already hit the point where our frame rate's at its worst. As long as I'm, like, diligent about trading away objects and items that we don't need. But yes. Big open spaces are bad for frame rate. So I'm removing some of those big open spaces. Sieges probably won't be a problem because of sieges scale based on how many dwarves you have. We do have enough dwarves to have ambushes, but a full-on siege is unlikely. Full-on sieges are rather unlikely. Can't they still path in from the top of that big hole? What? Can still path in from the top of what big hole? Like a flying creature? Yeah. I just have to, like, when I dig this out, right? I'm going to dig this out. I'm going to have an underground tunnel into this tavern over here. And I'm going to, because I've set up forts like this before, where every single inner area is going to have a method of locking off the outside using bridges. So if some big titan or something shows up, which is unlikely because of how small my population is, if they show up, I can pull a pink panther and close the blast doors and slam all the bridges shut and still actually have a method of getting from place to place to place without having to deal with that. It's a spoopy ghost with a face. Yeah, you're kind of right. I number 1, I number 2, spoopy face mouth. Kind of is. Actually, it'll look more like it if I move up 1. There you go. It's a combination, but our wealth isn't even that high. Most of our wealth is the mudstone crafts that I'm, you know, constantly getting rid of all of them. I'm curious, how are we doing for boulders? Okay, so we've worked through around 1,000 of the stones. Game's thinking about it. There you go. Can anybody remember how much mudstone we had? Because we're down to 8,384 mudstone. God, those thoughts just make me want myths and magic so bad. So bad. Screw. Or goats, rather. 9,000 something? Okay. I think we're going to work, as long as, like, you know, we power through all these crafts and keep giving them all away. I think we're going to make our way through these pretty quick. In fact, it would probably speed up even more if we moved the crafters like down to the lower level. Most of the dwarves seem to be relatively happy. Like, they're a little uneasy after the activities and meals, but and family and whatnot, and that's par for the course, really. Basically, yeah, we have a very, very, very active gift shop industry. It's at in 1,000 years in game, someone's gonna make an adventure in this world and just wander into a random human town, and everyone is dead underneath piles of mudstone trinkets. Just piles and piles. The necromancer towers of the future will be carved out of bricks made from mudstone crafts, with a little stamp on the side of it that reads Longdeath. We will die under mountains of irony. Looks like a long death. Yep. Future scholars in 2,000 years will just be like, what was wrong with those dwarves? They really liked making crafts, and that's about it. All right. You know what? Why not? I think we'll just make that the simple abbey. So I'm moving the simple abbey from up here down there. I'm dead? No, you're not dead. Unless, like, you just saw a notification pop up that I missed. There you are. You're a stonecrafter. You're a very happy dwarf. Although
industrial machines in
Shut up, YouTube. Although you were annoyed when caught in the rain, lonely after being away from family, didn't feel anything after being unable to practice craft. You're literally making rock crafts, you twit. You're doing aight. You're a happy dwarf who's storing stones in stockpiles. Look how fast Lump is moving, carrying a boulder. These dwarves are so strong. Lump isn't even in the military. Unbelievably strong, incredibly tough and extremely agile and slow to tire. Literally just hauling a rock. Right? They're all just like, if I were to do like a Crypt Beards rush and like try and maul a giant or something that shows up, I'll bet you we would just punch it in the knees and it would crumple. You know, there was one time an ad played in the background of one of my VODs and I got a not a copyright strike, a content ID claim from it. It's like music licensee. And I was like, what? I never listened to anything Universal. And then I looked at the clip, and it was literally just like an ad that popped up in the background with some fucking popular song in it. And I was like, oh, shit. I have a dwarf that suddenly decided to go hunt. Funny. Yours to make ripped? Yeah, something like that. Yours a bit ripped. Bit ripped indeed. Bit ripped sounds like something I'd say in Beyblades. Yeah, it kind of is hair, but you kind of learn to live with it. I mean, I'm used to getting content ID claims on videos from 6 years ago. It's like, yeah, this used to be a song owned by an artist that was like, hey, content creators, use it. It's free to use. I won't claim it. I just want promotion for my music. Please link my Bandcamp. And then 8 years later, they get signed to a record label, which is great because they get all sorts of success and funding that they didn't have previously. And then the record label owns all their music and then retroactively dings all of your stuff, which happens all of the fucking time. It's really frustrating. Also, I have 2 more books. A record of animal diets, a parchment quire. Written on the item is a manual entitled A Record of Animal Diets, authored by Rhinestone Gorgeton. It concerns foraging behavior and the diet of creatures. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. I actually don't support adblock personally, but I understand why people use it. We've had this discussion many times. Gorged. I mean, you can have your headcanon. That is totally acceptable. Also, Ryan, did you hear that you got married? I did at you on Discord with it, so you probably saw it. Squawk. Hey, Virtue. How you been? Yeah, you got married to Squug, which is fucking perfect. What's even better is Squug is the sheriff. And Squug has the best personality. He's assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise when he has something to say. He is a nervous wreck and despairs of anything positive happening in the future, and lives without feelings of hope. He is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, though he wishes this was not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He enjoys being in crowds, and he is prone to hatreds. He often develops negative feelings, and he is dour as a rule. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is confident under pressure, and he's very curious, and sometimes to his detriment. He is slow to anger and doesn't focus on material goods. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is trusting. He has an active sense of humor, and he often acts with compassion, and he often feels discouraged. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, which is a weirdly good description of Squug. Everything will be decorated with mudstone cabochons. Just glad you're still kicking, man. I'm just glad you're still kicking. Virtue. And then you have to write books about them, Ryan. I don't actually think I've ever seen someone write a book about their child in Dwarf Fortress, now that I think about it. Is the Church of Mud still? The Church of Mud. That sounds like something that Primus fans would make. Well, we've kind of got a big goal with this fort, Virtue, since it's been a while. We're trying to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years in game time. 1,000 years. Welcome back, audio. Back from work. Hopefully work was good. At least you're working during the day. Not doing the nights. We're literally bustling with industry. We're trying so hard to get rid of some of this mudstone from down here. That's quite literally all we're doing. All of this brown we need gone. And ideally some of the other stone too, but currently we're working on just the brown. There's some like clear patches. Work you're doing right now is so slow. Oh no. Are you back on the paperwork trail?
This is madness! Madness. This is stone hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. You went and took a nap, and when you woke up, the Hotas arrived? Ooh. And while you were napping, Rhinestone and Squug got married. Dwarf Fortress is grand, isn't it? What year are we at? Year 22. We started on year 5. So, couple to go. We're 17 years in out of 1,000. Hobo likes planes. It's real baseball. I like how you had to like disclose that it's real baseball and not proper baseball. Speaking of, how's my team's doing? I knew investing in Mudstone was a good idea. Maybe if you're in the Absolute Realm, which is the name of this world. Still no major news. That or it's a terrible idea because we're driving the prices down. I would say the market's currently at an all-time high. Jacko made a pig tallow roast of masterwork quality. Look at that. Merchandising. Yeah, sure. The secret is branding. Just put that big old Longdeath stamp of quality on it. I got worried. I was like, why'd the game just say saving? Once in your cheering. That he didn't say Pog. I mean, you guys could all just... We could get a couple different people shouting Pog. I should ask my stream team to record things if they want to be in it. Speaking of GOG, I bought Stalker, Call of Pripyat, a couple days ago, and I spent yesterday evening modding it, which is what we're going to do later tonight. Virtue. I'm just putting gem windows all over the place. I just hope there isn't too many crashes. That's my only real concern with Stalker. But I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be fun. The word comes out weird? Really? Is it because of accents? That's what I thought. And hating on Pig? Ah. What? I wonder if it's for similar reasons that I hate those. Well, here come the traders. Let's move all those crafts over. All 85,647 of them. Yeah, well, what's wrong with pork? Unless you don't like it for religious reasons, then I understand. Sort of. Here come all of the dwarves bringing all of those crafts in our bins. Man, they brought like 7 wagons this time. Granted, we are trading them great riches in the form of rock crafts. I personally quite like PogChamp, but I can understand why Someone would dislike that. I think Squug's reaction on the Discord was pretty apt. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. I hear you have completed your great mining pit. We wish to establish this colony as an official land of our realm. Do you have any dwarves you recommend for this elevation? I can scarcely believe the good news. We have some recommendations. +90%. I probably considering this world had 5 artifacts when I started, I probably have more than 90%. There is much to share. Information has been added to your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Oh no. Probably just that, actually. Actually, I need cats. Bring me cats. Well, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer for your craftsdwarf ship. Cloth. Wow, they really want cloth. Large gems. Bracelets. Crowns. Excellent. Well, Tapioca, and soon to be Baron, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes, of course, will rise and fall together. Baron Tapioca. I like the sound of that. Just please, please, please don't suspend the export. Please don't forbid the export of amulets. Or it's not amulets, scepters. Because he likes scepters. I'm gonna buy them electrum bars, brass, black bronze, trifle pewter, lay pewter, that, villain, copper, black bronze, copper. All of those gloves and mittens. And the helms, sure. They're ecstatic with the trading. God, I wonder why. But they said that there was news. Okay, so the dwarves, I think. Yeah, the dwarves are marching on a spidery desert, the goblins. The goblins have one new goblin pit. The elves haven't really expanded much. The dwarves have not expanded much. But good to know. Mudstone figurine of Axon. Kind of want to know what some of these figurines look like. Iteb Veil Whip. Oh. Euthyrus has a mudstone bracelet on his right hand, a mudstone amulet on his head, a mudstone ring on his, an amulet on his head, 2 amulets, 3 amulets, a crown, another amulet, and another crown. One of those dwarves. So I cracked up real hard yesterday because there was this picture on Reddit, and this person's just like, I wondered why my dwarf suddenly got so slow. Seems like he fancied a little bit of jewelry, and he was wearing like 40 lead he's wearing like 40 lead rings and amulets and crowns. And he's moving real slow because all of his jewelry was so heavy. Dwarf's blinged out. What's that? I have a blue jade ring? What? How did I make a blue jade ring? Fancy. Maybe I just bought it. I was unaware that you could make rings out of gems. Also, we've been making lavish meals for a while. I wonder how many meals we have. Also, how are we doing on stones? 16,000. Okay, we're making some progress. Making some progress. Although, I'm not doing anything. The game's just lagging. We were at 8,300. 8,100 mudstone. Excellent. Although somehow we ended up with some sandstone. Although that was probably brought by the traders. Key. 1,274 prepared meals. Turkey hen egg biscuits. Lots of pecan biscuits. Various nut biscuits. Pig brain roast. Pig lung roast. Pig sweetbread roast. Lots of pecans roast. I think we have enough pecan roast. Also, all those little colorful things around that central stairway there, those are all gem windows. The dwarves are running past these gem windows. But yeah, no, when I saw that post, I immediately went and posted it in Bellinair's chat because I thought it was so funny. Just, this dwarf is wearing a billion things made of lead. It was golden, I'm telling you. Absolute gold. Oh no! Stone 2 is puking! And now he's playing make-believe next to the trading caravan. Well, I mean, it's not how I would go about doing things, but I mean, that's not what I said. But you can say that. That's dwarven life. And Aqua's cleaning up your vomit. Making Aqua do so much work, although satisfied at work. Frustrated with dwelling upon being unable to practice martial art for too long. I think it's time to get the squads training for a little bit. Including Aqua. Aqua, are you still sleeping with somebody else's husband? Oh no, you're just married with, or someone else's wife. Never mind, I was thinking of somebody else. Screw and Aqua are happily married, yeah. No, it's Slycon who's sleeping with somebody they're not supposed to be. Slycon, are you still having that affair? Where are you? Where did you go? There's Sycon the Axe Lord. Ah, yes. Yes, Sycon the Axe Lord, who's lovers with Axon. Meanwhile, Axon... Oh! Oh my. Axon has Lump, their husband, but 2 lovers in Sycon and Hare. Two lovers. It's gotta just be an open relationship, yeah. Considering, like, Axon is the chief medical dwarf, right? And is in a relationship with this elite wrestler, but is also banging an Axe Lord and Hare, the Stonecrafter. It's just kind of funny. That's all. I just love that Dwarf Fortress has an even more, like, visceral depiction of adultery than fucking Crusader Kings. I just think that's really funny, that's all. So the bedroom for our soon-to-be Baron is going to be up here. It's going to be... actually... No, I'm going to put it over here on this side. But then it'll be in Mudstone. I don't really want it to be in Mudstone. Okay, we'll put it up top then. So this is going to be the bedroom for our Baron. And I guess we'll have to dig everything else out once this area becomes active. And we'll give them windows out into the rest of the world. Ghost? What? Will I keep the ghost face? It's looking like we'll end up keeping it. Not intentionally, though. Hey, Grandma Sweets. What are the solid and turquoise squares? Trying to figure out which turquoise squares you're talking about. You mean, like, in the wall or these? Because these are gem windows that I've placed. Oh, open space. Yeah, it's open space. So, think of it this way. If you're playing Silent Hill, it has that really close draw distance. That's what that is. So it's like, this is an open pit, like a bottomless pit in Star Wars. It's open space until you're 1 tile above the ground. Then you can kind of see the ground. If there's stuff above it, it's still open space, but you can see the roof above it. So you know that there's roof above it because there's speckles. And when you're 1 tile above the ground, you can kind of tell what material the ground is because it's close enough that you can almost see it in form of speckles. And then when you're there, you can see it. If that makes any sense. Yeah, it's open space. Thanks, Virtue, for gifting out a sub. Congratulations, Harold Beaver. Enjoy that subscription to the channel. Thanks for gifting our first sub, Virtue. Cheers, dude. Enjoy the 30-day subscription to the channel and ad-free viewing. Also worth mentioning, if you're not subscribed to the channel and you're interested in subscribing, Twitch does have a sale on subscribing right now. As many problems as I have with this sale this year, it's still worth mentioning. Oh, I had hit caps lock. I was like, why is this not working? Were you able to make any headway yesterday, by the way, Grandma Sweets? This will just get connected to the normal bedroom hallway at some point, but first we just gotta do it this way. Slowly. How it goes. It's been too long and now you have to stay. Well, I ain't going anywhere. I ain't going anywhere. And thanks for keeping us sub alive for a 7th
Thank you for your quality
month.
streams and record tastes.
I'm just glad I can stream the records again, man. I'm just glad that I can stream the records again. I miss those. Now you just have to learn as you go. Ask questions. If you ever see me doing something that you're confused by, or if you see something in the game that's like, what's that? Just ask. It's all a learning process. Some of us have just finished that learning process. Here goes Zapdos to go carve some stuffs. You got your porn crumpets? Excellent. I was actually just listening to that record last night. I still have that dream of one day owning High Visceral Part 1. Don't care so much about Part 2. But High Visceral Part 1 on vinyl. Unfortunately, they sold out of High Visceral Part 1 and haven't done a repressing. And the original pressings are like $600 on Discogs. And it's like, I'm willing to shell out a bit of money for some records, but that's... Like, I have 2 Holy Grails in records, and one of them is that one. And then the other one is a little bit less expensive in about $200. A box set of Dire Straits on Discord? Oh, on Discogs. How much? Do I even want to know? It's going to be pretty good for a Baron's bedroom, I think. I mean, my knee-jerk reaction is, well, it's just Dire Straits, but yeah, I get that. I'm not huge into Dire Straits, but I understand that people are. First video on IMTV. I mean, fair. Not denying that. They're not it's not $350 good though. I've slowed down my record purchases a little bit, but I've also got quite a few in the mail. Got a bunch of lo-fi records in the mail. For all the records? What, for all their records? $350 for all of their records? I wouldn't spend $350 for all of their records, no. Well, I mean, actually, it depends on if they're mint or not. If it's mint, yeah, sure. If they're like fair quality, Like, you know, you can very frequently find records for not bad quality. for a couple of dollars. So I don't know. If you're a diehard Dire Straits fan, then sure. I'm not, so. Having a hard time keeping my eyes focused. Yeah, I'm in the same boat there, so I feel you there. Nah. Just thinking about it for a second, going, I could use it to get all of these boulders put into a pile quicker. And I don't know. I'm just not worrying about it, frankly. Just participating in other hobbies, going on other adventures, you know. There's more things to life than just going to the record shop. All right, we're going to put a bunch of craft shops down here. And I'm going to start working on crafts down here. We're going to suspend all of those. And clear them out by making a bunch of those. Were you drinking mead? Screw it. I'm jealous. Just plain mead, or? I miss mead, but I've just kind of accepted I'm going to miss mead for a long time, because mead has a lot of sugar in it, like more so than most other alcohols. Funny, right? I miss mead. I mean, a lot of alcohol is basically just sugar and other thing, right? But some more so than others. Yeah, good luck carb counting your homebrew, though. Which is my life, unfortunately. There are definitely dry places in the world for mead where mead is really difficult to find. I mean, here there's mead in almost any liquor store worth its shit. Any liquor store that's even remotely decent has weed around here. Any liquor store that's even remotely Yeah, no, you gotta understand that. Heck, mine's not as bad as yours. I shouldn't be complaining. But like, G finished goods. Someone's practicing their. I think someone. Okay, I'm convinced that one of my neighbors has taken up learning the flute during lockdown. Because around the start of lockdown, I started hearing this god-awful flute playing. And it's slowly improving. Slowly. But keyword is slowly. Well, they're slightly less terrible now. I didn't hear it for a while, but initially it legit sounded like someone was just playing, like, you know those that meme from a while ago, terrible flute? That's what it sounded like initially. All right. A thunder tube? You're going to need to explain to me what a thunder tube is, but I'd consider it. This is going to take many years of industry, I think, to actually break through all of these. Yeah, what the heck is a thunder tube? I'm not entirely certain I'm ready for whatever the heck a thunder tube is. You give it until year 50? Fair. I need to Google thunder tube. So is this what you're referring to? The fuck is that? Found a video on how to make one. They're very annoying. Why don't I just do the thing that I always do and just put on good music and play it very loudly in the evening? My neighbor actually came up and commented the other day because, I don't know, I've been on kind of a classic rock kick recently, and I've been listening to my, like, Led Zeppelin and my Iron Maiden and my Yes records, my Beatles record. And one of my neighbors comes up and he's like, "Are you a senior citizen in a young man's body?" And it was, I don't know. I don't know if I should be offended, but. ACMETNT? What's ACMETNT? Okay, so I have a Samsung washing machine to wash my clothing, right? And when it's done playing, oh, that's what it reminds you of? Anyway, when it's done, it plays this weird bell sound. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. And I swear to God, the person on the flute out there is playing that tune. It's different enough that I know it's not that tune, but it sounds like that tune. It makes everything... Oh, I see. I understand now what you're saying. Huh. Yeah, it does kind of look like cartoon TNT. Just make it red. And you've got, like, cartoon bomb. Something that, like, a cartoon character would eat. And go, poof! At least, like, I'm starting to see, although I've been starting to see a dent in all of this stuff for a little bit now. I wouldn't know what to look up. I'll be honest. Okay, we've got more than enough prepared meals. Nice to see all of those crafts from up here being moved down. Okay. Make the miners work. God, we've got so far to go. So far, I will just be honest that this is easily the most daunting thing I've had to do with this fort so far. Oh my God, there is so much fucking stone. But I think that this will speed things up considerably. Is it possible for dwarves just to like boulders? Because, man, if we had a dwarf that just liked boulders, they'd be so happy in here. So for a full overview, for anybody who wants it, this is where we're currently at. We're actually beginning to move some of the industry down into the pit. You can kind of see, like, that middle bit, like, the density of the stone getting slightly less dense. Now that all of the dwarves are working on this full time, basically. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. We're 96% of the way to getting me to make me take a day off channel points goal. 96. I actually didn't think we were going to make it for a couple days in the middle there. See, I have you to entertain me, so I have an unfair advantage. Honestly, if I didn't have Twitch chat, I wouldn't fucking do this. Like, let's be honest. I would not attempt to keep a fort alive this long without Twitch chat. I'm very bad at keeping track of big companies like that. Oh my god, so many masterpieces. Look at all of these master... at least these dwarves will be satisfied upon producing a masterwork, right? Like Bastet. Satisfied at work. Satisfied after producing a masterwork. Didn't feel anything after being unable to pray to russet timbre for too long. The dwarf? Or what kind of looks like a hand puppet? The fort? I mean, we've already had people call it a spooky ghost face. So, wasn't intended, but I think we may have to keep it. I mean, yeah, no, I mean, I know. It's like 2 eyes and a mouth. We've been over this. Like I said, though, the last time I dug out a pit even remotely close to this big, the way I dealt with it, with all the stone, was I just dumped lava on the bottom of it, and it melted all the stone. Pareidolia? Is that a word? What does that mean? Pareidolia is a tendency for the incorrect perception stimulus of an object. Huh. Pattern or meaning known to the observer. Huh. Also, this fucking set of images is spoopy. Check this out. I mean, that's intentional. Come on. That's cool and creepy. I like it. Neat. Although that might have been a carving at one point. I'm just waiting for these to all turn into penises, so. Enough of that. Dude, I need a dictionary for my chat sometimes. I just learned a new word. Thank you. Pareidolia. Although I think the pareidolia is strong with every single time I watch City Skylines and go, that road looks like a penis, 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 that looks like a smiley face, that road looks like a penis. Wait a second. On Mars with a face? I was in a Discord relatively recently with some people that were playing Mars or Arizona. And it was very funny because you couldn't tell the difference most of the time. Turns out Arizona looks a lot like Mars. You want to live on Mars? Move to Arizona. The only difference is Arizona is slightly warmer. Slightly. Mars, maybe a little chilly, and the gravity's a little wonky. But everything else, visually, looks the same. Let's build a dome on Mars and get some really strong air conditioning. And you'll be on Mars. And oh yeah, and live on bungee strings. Because the lighter gravity. Utah's the same too. It's kind of, it really is. Oh yeah, there's a few more slightly dead plants on Mars. That's where Elon's training center is. Arizona or Mars? I was gonna say, I don't think he has a training center on Mars yet. "26 books, eh? Victory by interviews. This is a well-crafted goat parchment quire. The written on the item is a manual entitled Victory by Interviews, authored by Rhinestone Gorgetin. It concerns using personal interviews as sources. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. Interpretations of Interviews is authored by Animal. It concerns using personal interviews as sources. Interviews, the definitive guide. Interviews to get a definitive guide, authored by the Great Padinsky. Conference concerns using of personal interviews as sources. The writing indulges the author's every whim and is cheerful overall. The prose is passable. I like how we discovered using interviews as sources. Like, in my headcanon, this fortress actually is just Dwarf and Wikipedia. Because we discovered the use of interviews. We discovered interviews, and then we discovered using interviews as sources for research. Which is amazing. And now they keep writing books about... on a whim? Yes, I did say on a whim. Because I like saying... Whim is one of those words that I like to say with a... like an extra accent. It's like, I don't know. It's sort of like I like to say sword instead of sword. Cool whim. Cool fleb. Yeah. Pretty much. I'm just being goofy. Also, hi, Xade. Is that a reference to Family Guy? I don't know. I've never actually seen a full episode of Family Guy. If it was an unintentional. Maybe Family Guy was referencing me in the past tense. They're just really good at predicting the future. Quim? Huh. You have Fall Guy emotes? Oh, you're a horrible person. I love it. Good stuff. Welcome to the realm of streamerism. I gather you're playing a lot of Fall Guys. I mean, Fall Guys are just slightly dumber dwarves. Come on, let's be honest. You're a Fall Guys streamer now? So you're every single 11-year-old? Wait, no, those are Fortnite streamers. What's a Fall Guys? What's 8-year-old? Not 11, 8-year-old. We're only babies. Our voices haven't dropped yet. I feel so fucking bad for anybody who lives next door to me. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Also, investments are open. How you been, Vlak? It's good to see you. And have you been playing a lot of Fall Guys? I don't know. I know that people move on from streams, but it still makes me sad not seeing a sub badge next to your name, Black. Still makes me sad. For OGs out there, freakified.
It's September.
It is. Now I feel bad for saying that. Thank you very much for the 34th month. Welcome back. Cheers. Can I get a round of beers for Vlek? Vlek's kind of an OG around here. Vlek's followed me since when, actually? Fucking October 2015? God, it's been 5 fucking years. Ah! Been 5 fucking years since you followed me. I'm old, chat. I'm old. My body's falling apart. My eyes work less than they did 5 years ago. I'm stupid is pretty bad, but it's also pretty good. I love it when people get caught off guard by I'm stupid and they go silent for a little bit. Hey, I listen to a weird combination of boomer music, Virtue, and the most hipster music. As well as like mid-2000s pop. So like, and metal of all eras. And I also listen to pre-boomer music in the form of classical music that was recorded in the 60s. Or is that just boomer music? But like written way before that. Joji? I kinda, like, I know who he is. And I know that he's Filthy Frank. And because of that, I can't really acknowledge anything he does. If I didn't know that Joji was Filthy Frank, I could probably tolerate his music. But because he's Filthy Frank, I just feel gross acknowledging his existence. Like, I'm glad he's having a career post Filthy Frank, but ugh. But seriously though, welcome back, Flag. But I also kind of have a lot more respect for him than a lot of like meme creators, I guess. Because he is kind of like moving on. A lot of people don't make it through that. Trying to think where I can put the Endless Space soundtrack. It's fantastic. When am I going to carve out the bedrooms? I mean, I could just start doing that. I just hadn't started doing that yet. Then I'm going to need to put bridges in front of every single one of these so we can seal this place off. And we can scream, "Seal the blast doors!" really loudly when flying creatures show up. So now we are carving out the bedrooms. I was trying to kind of make a dent in all of this stone, but before I make more, but because digging causes frame rate There they go. Although this is kind of the one track in this whole soundtrack I don't like. It's the last one too, so it makes it easy to skip. You know, if you asked me this morning if I was going to be carving out bedrooms today, I would have said no. But here we are. This is still easily my favorite fort that I've ever built. Granted, I usually say that about every fort at some point, but this is easily my favorite. And our royal mausoleum can go right here. I haven't seen anybody be happy after walking past those glass windows, so they don't seem to be affecting that much. Like, or at all, really. So many mudstone crafts. Chad, do you guys think that the mudstone's getting a little thinner? Like, can you guys see, like, the circle of brown that's not there anymore that's appearing slowly? Like, you guys see that too, right? What year are we on? Still year 22. This has probably been the laggiest year frame rate rise. You know, chat, I think you finally found a stream that is less interesting than watching paint dry. Game saving. It's like male pattern baldness. Watching a man go bald. The stream. Also, Hobo, how's Flight Simulator? Or are you still in the options menu? Also, Hobo, if you're lurking, when are we going to get some air control Hobo streams? I'd love to watch you fly around. Hey, Joopy. It's going to be real nice once we're through all of this. But did I not put those on repeat? Okay. Also, we're down to only 6,000 mudstone, which means there's more nice on the map than mudstone. That's actually kind of impressive. Delivery guy fucked up. RIP. I think we'll still be getting through it after tomorrow. I mean, this is actually kind of going faster than I thought it would. And the reason I'm saying that is because, you know, we started with over 9,000 mudstone. And if we're down, we're like a third of the way through it already. That's not that bad. Yes, 9,000. It's good to see you, Jocko. How you been? Crush the scanner. I'm a firing my laser! And continue. It's power level. It's over 9,000. Over 9,000! Ah! I need to watch that show again. That show was good. Elves have shown up, by the way. How kind of us to trade so many wonderful, wonderful crafts to those poor unsuspecting elves. Bum, 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 bum. I love this soundtrack so much. It's so chill. Oh. Tapioca is officially now a baron. I can't export amulets. Alright, well at least the game is nice enough to make them a different color. Murder him? No, we knew that would happen. Bastet has been possessed. And she claims a craft store shop. A deep clean of your rooms, you're tired? I need to do that. It's been kind of too hot to really clean recently, so I've just been kind of vegging. Thanks, Fleck. And thanks, Laura. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Dwarves are being pretty efficient right now. Not gonna lie. Okay, what do you want? Probably bones? Yeah. We'll just slay 3 boars. Also, while I'm in that menu, I'm thinking about it. I should train those wolverines so I can slaughter those. But yeah, no, I'm kind of okay with having... Where'd all the brown go? Right? I'm kind of okay with having a baron that demands amulets and then forbids export of amulets. Because even though it's going to be kind of a bitch, it'll be really easy to keep him happy. It's just going to make trading a little bit tedious. There you go. Bastet's begun a mysterious construction. Let's figure out where Tapioca's bed is. Down here. It was one of the original dwarves. I want to say you're up top somewhere. Kibbs, nobody. Zycon, Zapdos, nobody. Jack Nurek 2. Scrumpet. Tapioca, there you go. Okay, I literally only have one plumwood chest right now. That's completely unacceptable. Doesn't really matter what stone they're made out of, as long as I get all that stuff made. But yeah, no, all of the brown is slowly disappearing. I mean, like, down to 6,484 mudstone from over 9,000. So we're doing okay. And dwarves are still moving at a decent pace. Oh. There you go. Hit the wrong button. But what if we run out of mudstone and we have all that nice? I mean, here I'm still going to be digging out this layer as we go too, right? Like, the goal is to run out of mudstone. That is the goal. I'm not sure if Hobo's here. He's playing Flight Simulator according to Discord, so I have a feeling he's pretty lurk. Bastet, the Stonecrafter, has created Wrath Adar, a mudstone bracelet, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 9,600. This is a mudstone bracelet. A Crastor ship is of the highest quality, I guess. It is encrusted with bands of cushioned glass cabochons and big bone. This object menaces with spikes of pigtail. On the item is an image of a column wood in lemonite. Column wound, the lemonite amulet, and mudstone. On the item is an image of tetrahedra in pig leather. Cool. No offense, but I'm not impressed. The emotion in that. Cool. Good job. Clap. Take a drink. I mean, I can't drink a lot, so no, I'd rather not. You can. Now, do you mean legendary or masterwork? Because legendary items don't happen all that often. Masterwork items are happening a couple times a second. Okay. So what you're saying is kill yourself with alcohol poisoning. Just so that we're clear. Need to remember that I got this door order running. It's okay, the dwarves can take a drink for every object that is masterwork quality. The dwarves can do that for me. I'm sure they'll do just a fine job. This is just funny because I'm wearing a Papa Roach shirt. Papa Roach is streaming recording sessions for their songs live. That's kind of neat. You wish that you had a liver made of stone like these dwarves? I think that these dwarves have multiple livers. Why am I dropping frames all of a sudden? Like a preoccupied parent. Now I'm like, make them faster! We have too much cardboard paper that I bought on sale at Costco. That's what I'm like, verifiably. That's what I'm like. The first is empty again? That sounds unpleasant. Unless they only do partial digestion for each bit. That sounds valuable. Helium is very important. I've never seen Farscape, but now I suddenly have this desire never to see Farscape purely because of that kind of detail. Like, things I don't need to know about my characters. Put that at the top of the list. This fort is going to be so cool at some point. Until then, I feel just like this fort feels. So many rocks! Also, verifiably, are you saying I'm like a preoccupied parent because these dwarves are just making all of these crafts and I'm kind of barely paying attention to the game? Zoning out, reading chat. Is that why I'm a preoccupied parent? Make everyone high pitch. Yeah, I don't think I could ever. I don't think I would make it very far into Farscape then. Not a big fan of that kind of humor. Don't find it funny. You know what? Let's actually just make this into my office for my Baron. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Can't wait for some invader to fall down the pit. I can't wait for someone to throw their baby into the pit. Again. That's already happened. We've been there, done that already. I'm actually shocked there isn't a single depressed dwarf in the fort. Like, nobody's depressed. Everybody's happy. Everybody's got a job. Everybody's working. Sorry, Peter. I feel so bad about that. Okay, maybe not that bad, but I feel kind of bad. Like, you didn't even get to the point where you could drop. You just died to shitty parenting. Alright, yep. Okay, never watching Farscape. Oh, hey, is it the Human Bard? Yeah, Shovel Brews, the Human Bard, asks once again. That Human Bard asks every year at around the same time. Yeah, something can be amazing and have a shitty sense of humor, and I'm out. Doesn't matter how good it is. Shitty humor ruins things for me. Oh, to the artificial bracelet. I getcha. Yeah. I kind of don't like that tables have to be inside in Dwarf Fortress. Because, like, clearly dwarves are not permitted to have picnics. A decent office and a great bedroom. And there we go. Also give you a statue. Now you just need a decent dining room and a tomb, which is also going to be this room because I'm a little bit cheesy feeling. Okay, now you just need the tomb. Although I need to make this area a little bit nicer. So I'm going to make your walls blue jades. Yeah, no, I am quite literally near at the point where it's just like, yep, nice, dear. It is kind of funny when the buzzards fly around the top, and then a dwarf will get into a fight with a buzzard down here, and then punt the buzzard off the edge, and they go splat at the bottom. I've had that happen a couple times. Late spring year 23. In the year of our dwarfs. I should just make like a single pole that goes from the bottom of this pit as high as it can go. All the way up to Z level 25. And then just put like a platform up there and put something on it. Pick that, you turkey vultures. Yeah, those vultures are a bunch of turkeys. Let me tell you. Ah! Okay, who left the cheese in the basement? Hey, Gwellin. Ah, found it. That's it. Someone carried their lunch down here. Yeah, rotten pig meat. Gross. Ew. It's terrible too. Even when it originally aired, the dialogue was so hard to hear and they never fixed it. Really? I've heard a lot of people talk about Farscape. It's one of those series that I've heard a lot about over the years, and it's kind of been on my to-watch list, but every time I look into that show, I kind of think, man, I don't think I'd really like this show. There you go, Tapioca. Skippable. Yeah, just like Andromeda. Don't watch that show. Really? Looks eerily like Trump. I mean, that's probably just a coincidence. I mean, I was randomly just looking through YouTube videos and found this channel of this guy who owns a record store and seems to just kind of like make videos of the new stuff he gets in stock, collections that he buys, basically just showing off old records because I like that stuff. And he's quite thin and has a big beard. But I went back to his older stuff before he had a beard, and he looks like Shen. Like, he looks like Shen's doppelganger. Because he used to be a little bit huskier. And his videos that he uploaded in, like, 2005, he looks like Shenrir. Looks exactly like Shenrir. Like, it's spooky how much he looks like Shenrir. One of my favorite YouTubers of all time, Fluxtrance, has a doppelganger in the professional chess community, so there's a chess grandmaster who looks almost identical to Fluxtrance, and his voice sounds like Fluxtrance. And I sent it to him. I'm like, "Is this you in another live?" He goes, "Oh my god, that's creepy." Children are just vomiting everywhere. That's beautiful. Going by the last thumbnail you saw? Yeah, no, I mean, he looks like shaved Shen. He doesn't look like Shen with a beard, because he's got the wrong hair color, but... Stray Wolverine has gone nuts. Could you imagine trying to tame a Wolverine? So you must have really scared those poor kobolds away, because they're basically gone now. They haven't come back. Just trying to get a bunch of these doors placed. I do like when I don't shave for like 5 days and then people start asking me if I trim my beard, and I'm just like, I don't really have a beard. I just haven't shaved in a couple days. But I guess that equals a beard. Oh no. You what? The hell happened to this dwarf? Did you fail an artifact or something that I missed? Must have started an artifact or something that I fucked up. No, he slipped into depression a while ago. The hell happened to this child? It's a good question. Maybe it's due to crappy clothing? That's a possibility, but like... he has clothes. I had a child get depressed once before because they had crappy clothes, but... I've never seen a child go oblivious to reality. They just were a little bit whiny. It was like the first point of like a down arrow. That's weird. Must have just been really delicate. He has a V. That I don't know how to I don't know how to respond to that, because think about what you just said. Just think real hard about that. A neat line, one on each cheek, sure, but anyway. Finally starting to get a clear patch here. Oh, did you snap out of it? Packer snapped out of it. Feels gratitude remembering being rescued. What were you rescued from? You're attending a meeting. Tapioca from looks of things. Also, Tapioca, I don't really want you hauling. You're above that. I don't know. I read that very differently. Screw it, but it's okay. It's fine. It's kind of funny. Hobo has acquired many buttons. It's a quality acquisition of buttons. All right, so I'm going to cancel all these. They're all saying mudstone crafts, right? Instead of making mudstone crafts, we're going to specifically make mudstone figurines. For one specific reason. Actually, we're going to make mudstone figurines of tapioca. And the reason we're going to make mudstone figurines of tapioca is if I just keep making crafts, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a shit ton of amulets I can't do anything with. So I think it's kind of hilarious instead of doing that to just make mudstone figurines of our glorious tapioca. If anybody else has a better suggestion, please say so now. Or forever hold your silence. I wish I could copy paste this job, but you don't know. Well, we're trying to get rid of this mudstone, and we're actually making really good time. But we've got this Baron now who will not allow us to export amulets. Exactly. For each dwarf in the fort and then repeat. Do you have any idea how much micro that would take? I mean, I'd need to make a craft store shop for every single dwarf in the fort. And no. I'm okay. I just don't want to go through the legwork of setting that up. It's so much easier to just make them all make images of my Baron. More than I'm willing to do. Yes, but I'll need to type in 39 different... No, I'm not doing that. It's much funnier to just make one for every... Make a billion D1 souvenirs of my Baron. Besides, it's not the dwarves that are stopping us from exporting amulets. It's my Baron. It's looking more like a face now. Because there isn't as much stuff around it, so it's starting to look like a head peeking through like that wall of dots. This dwarf doesn't even look that upset. It's got hair now, does it? I mean, it kind of looks like it. Kind of looks like it has a mustache because of all of the bins at the bottom of it. Kind of, yeah. It wasn't intentional. It just kind of happened that way. bedrooms are hair? Okay, you're seeing this sideways. That's a mighty big head. I don't know about that. I think hair would be around here. Delivery one of 2 items. Each item is being delivered by 2 separate drivers. It kind of sucks. I know, I feel bad for anybody running deliveries right now out in the world. Am I interested in Star Renegades? Chat, are we interested in Star Renegades? I just got an email asking if I want key. I had a poor bloke deliver a package a day early at 8:35 p.m. on a Sunday. It wasn't supposed to be delivered until a day later, before 9 p.m., but they delivered it a day early. I felt so bad. It's like, this poor fucking kid. The kid's younger than me. We'll see you later, Vlack. Thanks for re-upping that sub. Cheers. Cheers, dude. See you around. Like, I felt so fucking bad, because, like, this poor bloke is delivering something to my house on a Sunday so late at night. Like, that just sucks. Like, no one should have to fucking do that. It's awful. Oh no, I felt so bad. But you know, it's the gig economy. Wonder how old Stone 2 is. I get so jealous sometimes. He's 10 years old, 2 more years until he's a useful dwarf. Lost baggage from airliners at like 1 a.m. I kind of think that's different though than like me ordering toothpaste on Amazon. Like that I can understand. You know, like lost property is one thing. But like my fucking trivial Amazon purchases, like I really wish that I could like tick a box on it that says not important. You know, and it's like, oh yeah, no, this can be delivered anytime in the next 5 days and I don't care. Like, doesn't need to get here immediately. I don't know what you mean by depending on how much was lost. ... I don't get it. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I would like it to arrive. I don't need it to arrive today, the day I ordered it. I still have a few days worth of toothpaste left, you know? Yeah, you already said that, but never mind. I don't get it. Okay, let me reread what you said, and I'll explain what I don't understand. I've delivered lost baggage from airliners at 1 a.m. The last pickup time was like 9 p.m., so depending on how much was lost, ... And then I said, what does the ... mean? And then you said lost baggage from airliners. I'm like, that doesn't answer my question. You just said the same thing twice. Dot 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 is I started at 7 a.m. and sometimes got home after the last delivery at 1 a.m. the next day. That sucks, man. But I don't understand the context of the dot dot dot, and I was at anyways. Doesn't matter. Tend to imply more. Yes. And I was asking what the more was. Sounds like a shitty job. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Much better. Much better. I'm sure Tapioca will be pleased. My bad, blame my brain. It's all good. It's just what you were saying was confusing, so I was just trying to get a clarification, that's all. I almost feel like we're mocking my Baron here by just making all these figurines. Hey, Scrumpet Sheep. Thanks for the raid. How was the stream today? I guess you didn't leave OBS running this time. But cheers. Welcome people watching Scrumpet. How was Fortress mode? What was that? I've never seen that before. That's a new one for me. Trying to make them make that pretty stream for it. You gotta do your best to make your forts pretty. Also, thanks for keeping that sub alive for a 9th month. Welcome back. Cheers. Yeah, can I get a big old round of beers for Scrumpet, who was playing some Dwarf Fortress? That is cool. I've literally never seen a dwarf become a student in Fortress mode before. Master Rhineston. Wow. He was content after discussing the pulley. I was content pondering the pulley, felt pleasure remembering a satisfying acquisition. That is fucking cool, my dudes. That's fucking rad. Super goddamn cool. God. How many books are we up to? 28? We got some new ones. Study of animal diseases. Looking for other books that we've written. Interpretations of interviews. This is new. Authored by Animal. Concerns the using of personal interviews as sources. I think we have seen that one. A record of animal diets. I think that one's new. Authored by Rhinestone. Concerns the foraging behavior and diet of creatures. We've made a bunch of discoveries in this fortress, and I'm getting some interesting things happening with scholars that I've never noticed before in Dwarf Fortress. Probably because of how young this world is. It's been a long day, but a good fort, I think. Make a bunch of choirs. Or however many choirs we have. I like that 3 of these have just canceled the jobs for some reason. We'll just make figurines. Doesn't really matter. As long as they're not a bannable offense by our boss. Hey, Dion. Favorite kind of game? There aren't a lot of games like this, to be fair. I mean, it's right in your name now, isn't it? You remember me? I mean, a lot of people forget to follow me. And then a lot of people follow me and then immediately unfollow me. So. I know that there was actually a bug going around on Twitch relatively recently where a lot of people were getting unfollowed. Not by mistake, but because Twitch was just like, nah. Which kind of sucked. I'll be honest. Kind of sucked. How many scholars? Technically, 4. Well, 3 and a scribe. So 3 scholars and then 1 who's just copying their books. But we made it to the bottom of the pit on layer 10. So we still have this big old hole. And apparently we accidentally made a D emote. Time for beds? I mean, I don't even have doors done yet. Now I'll do probably beds last. Gotcha. What kind of games do you make mods for? Out of curiosity. Because I'm going to be switching games here pretty soon. DF Crusader Kings and RimWorld? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm going to be switching games pretty soon because I'm going to be playing a different game that I was modding the other day. I'm going to be playing some Stalker Call of Pripyat. We'll see if how long we can go without the game just crashing. But, you know. It's out. You can play it now. I guess, unless you don't have the money for it. But it is out. If you're looking forward to it. Time flies by. For doing what? Because back in 2012, I wasn't interacting with the DF community. I was aware of it, but didn't interact with it at all. Yeah, lots of my friends are streaming it right now. Crusader Kings 3. It looks nice, but I play enough deep, obnoxiously complex games. I don't need more. I mean, I've got more, as I always say, I've got more Dwarf Fortress content than a human being could reasonably watch in a lifetime. This guy's got a lot of crowns on. Zapdos. Ring, scepter, crown, bracelet, crown, ring, crown, crown. Glove, dress, vest, sock. Needs shoes. Hey, Barons. What's up? Maybe a vampire? No, the world's too young to have vampires. We're only in the 23rd year. And we started in year 5. The goal of this fortress is to make a fort that lasts for 1,000 years. We got a ways to go. Well, when a male vampire and a lady vampire love each other very, very much, screw it. They do your username, and then you have a vampire baby. No, it's when the gods curse you. basically when you're religious, you open yourself up to being cursed by gods, and you don't want that to happen. Also, if anybody's wondering why I'm manually doing stuff and not using a manager, it's because I find managers tend to go insane. So rather than deal with that, I'm doing things manually. Also because it gives me a little bit more gameplay to pay attention to. And because this is a 1,000-year fort, we're going to be here a while. So I'm opting to not automate the game much, actually, at all. How's Parker's doing? I don't understand why this child is depressed. Like, he had socks rot off his body. That's it. At least he seems to be coming back a little bit. Can you get blessed in adventure mode? Yeah. Outside of adventure mode, no, I don't think so. Is a huge debuff? Still. Let's actually just leave socks on repeat for a little. Kind of keep an eye on it. But like the fun bit is like I do have more of all those clothing. I just need them to go get it. Depends on what you're hijacking chat for. But probably. Who play roguelikes? What do you think of Royals which uses WAS plus mouse controls? If the game is designed for that control set, it's fine. I think mouse controls is something all games should have. Like, genuinely, I think every single game in existence should have fully functional mouse controls, and the reason I believe that is because people who have no arms should be allowed to play video games, and they need a mouse to be able to do that. So that every game should have full mouse controls. Frankly, I don't care. If it's designed to use WASD, I'll use WASD. If it's turn-based, assuming. Although that would be mighty awkward if it was turn-based and used WASD and had diagonal movement. So if it has diagonal movement, I want it to be mousepad. Or numpad, rather. Neither of those are roguelikes, Dr. Beefcake. Those are both, well, I wouldn't even call Gunfire Reborn a roguelike. It's more of a loot game, but if anything, they're roguelites at best. Yeah, I mean, if there's no diagonal movement, arrow keys or WASD is fine. No issues. Are you developing a roguelike? Or are you just asking people? I would use WASD. I wouldn't click on things. I prefer to solely use keyboard personally, but I think games should. Would you plan to finish for once? If you need testers, you could hijack my chat for that too. I'm sure there's more than one person in chat who'd be interested in helping. We find passion in games? Yeah. Everybody needs to find passion in something. Only if it has potatoes? Like a playable potato, an equipable potato, an edible potato, a bakeable potato? What kind of potato are we talking about here? God, this is such a long stint of just dealing with boulders. I think someone needs to give Virtue lunch. It's about lunchtime where you're at, right? Because you're in Australia, correct? What is local time over there anyway? But you don't want to go that way? Oh god, I hate this. Tries to teach you 10-finger typing. Here's the thing. I like games that try to teach me 10-finger typing because I'm already used to that stuff. What I don't like is when games have obtuse controls and don't have options to change said obtuse controls, right? And every now and again, I run into games that don't have easy control scheme changes. It's like, come on, just give me like 5 control schemes that work. Okay, breakfast. Hash browns and eggs, methinks. Chicken farming as well. But can we pick your brain a little bit, Dion? What kind of theme, out of curiosity? I tend to assume that most roguelikes are like fantasy-based, but... Have a mouse without middle mouse button? I mean, I have a middle mouse button. Thanks, Mystic Moon. Cheers. I think we'll hit the goal tomorrow, which is good, because then I can take Saturday off. I can watch Devin Townsend perform. I would say that if you're going to go for Mac support, you kind of have to... Once again, I would say that... have rebindable controls. You can have a default control scheme that's weird. But if you're going to bind something to middle mouse button by default, also allow me to rebind it, and I don't care. Sci-fi or fantasy doesn't matter? Gotcha. Please don't oof in the chat. It's a banned phrase for a reason. Virtue. And thanks, Darren. I mean, yeah, no, I know a few roguelike developers that have made their own engine. It's all good. Virtue, now you're aware. I thought you were trying to get around it. Work while drunk? I mean, there's certain games I've only beaten while drunk. And I can't beat them sober. I have a question for you, Theon. Have you played Jupiter Hell? Because that is a game that has very modern controls. Compile doesn't work. I get mad. When you're playing a game with... Like, if you want to play a roguelike that has modern controls, works on a controller, but also is, like, playable with arrow keys /WASD /numpad or whatever, does that very well. Oh, no! The trees are too close together, I think. Are they? Did I only get, like, one merchant? What the fuck? How are you gonna carry all of these amazing figurines out of here? Ah. Then design your UI better. Space Station 13 has trash UI design and horrible usability. You should not use that as a base. You hate having to... You also appreciate when controls are connected with the button pressing rather than the latter. Fair. Okay, then use games like Jupiter Hell for your UX inspiration. Don't use Space Station 13 for your UX inspiration. Now your UI will make sense to you. That's what playtesting's for. That's why you give it to people for feedback, right? Links are allowed. Just don't post links to porn, please. So just make sure that you're copying the right link. I mean, DF's UI makes sense. It's simple, but it makes sense. And someone could even argue that Space Station 13's UI makes sense. But just whatever you do, don't do this. If this is what your user experience looks like, stop. Okay? Just whatever you do, don't do this. Please, just don't do that. Whatever, you can do anything. Just don't do that. Okay? Made it look stupid. Commission an artist for a weekend. Has no UI. I love that Aurora feels like it's gonna crash 99.9% of the time. Is that a thing? I once had somebody post a porn link in the chat and said, check this hot shit out, after talking like a completely normal human being for 40 minutes. I was like, banned? It's just my example of how not to do UI. It's not that horrible, no. It's perfectly usable, just like Dwarf Fortress, but they're both completely different masterclasses in what not to do with UI. My problem with Aurora's UI is it makes my eyes hurt. It's a color choice problem. Like, Dwarf Fortress is easy on the eyes, at least. I mean, this is just old school RPG UI. This is fine. But here's the thing. Let me control this menu up here with the keyboard. Like, let me hit shift and then like arrow to the right or something and then control that menu with the keyboard. Don't make me click that, because these games play really well on keyboard. We know that, right? They play really well on keyboard and mouse. There's a reason why, or keyboard without a mouse. And there's a reason why they've controlled that way for so long. It's because it works. And you should have mouse support, but allowed to play entirely independently with the keyboard and also completely independently with the mouse. Also, that's way better than SS13. Give yourself more credit. So you walk with WASD? Just let us rebind them. Because I like to move around in games with arrow keys or numpad. I don't really like moving in games with like top-down turn-based games. I like using my right hand for movement and left hand for abilities and activatables and items and stuff. So it feels weird to me when a game tells me to move with my left and do stuff with my right, unless I'm using the mouse in my right hand to look around. Like if it's a 3D game, that feels natural. But if it's a turn-based game, it feels natural to use my right hand. But that's just because I'm so used to using the numpad for movement. But then again, I think I'm probably a weird fringe case. Okay, no, they did bring more wagons. They just arrived later. Weird. The very first example I can think of for a roguelike that I've played was this. It's called Dungeons of Doom, and it's not confusing at all because there's now an indie game called Dungeons of Doom that came out a couple years ago. it looks like this. Now, this game had keyboard movement. You could use a variation on old Mac keyboards to move around, or you could just click on a square and your character would jump there, would just immediately teleport to wherever that square was, and the enemies would take their turn. So it was best to kind of click next to you, right? If you wanted to get to your inventory, you'd click on inventory on the top, and then you'd click open inventory, and it would open up a new menu. That was all mouse controllable, or you could move around in with the equivalent of up and down on the Mac keyboard. That control scheme worked and still works. It's simple, it's basic. You see? Get an item, that's pick up, or you could hit G. It's got the hotkey right there. Drop an item, D, etc. Like, that control scheme worked, and it's still that way. You could also have your little map there. What? Huh. Anyway, so apparently that image has a Trojan in it. Good to know. But yeah, so that's what you need to look at. Yeah, totally. Just if you're gonna have any kind of focused keyboard movement, just realize that there's gonna be people like me that are gonna want only keyboard movement. But also, it's best to cater to kind of all three control schemes. You want your game to work with a controller, you want it to work with the mouse only, you want it to work with a keyboard only, and you want it to work with a combination of the three. My name is Mr. Gushmafab. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. What the fuck just happened with my words? It's almost time to call it on this game, I think. You continue to impress. I come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, with what Gwellem's saying. I don't want to move in a turn-based top-down game with WASD. I want to use my right hand. Well, then, we've finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Crastor ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. I look forward to our meeting next year, Tapioca. Baron. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Also, export of amulets is not currently banned. Ha! Yes! Sure. But that's why you need rebindable controls. I made a little racing game once when I was younger, but that was running in an engine called Scratch, which wasn't exactly complicated. Kind of like a little rock and roll racing-esque thing. Packers is falling into depression again. I'm literally just gifting them all this shit. I'm not even trading with them. I'm literally just gifting them this stuff. But you know, Dion, you also asked me for feedback, so I'm gonna give you the feedback that I feel is true, which is I want to control the game with my right hand. Yeah, they make left-handed keyboards. They do. I've seen them. They do. It basically has the, like, QWERTY UI op is the same, but it has the numpad and arrow keys on the other side, basically. I love how they're pondering belief. That's kind of incredible. He uses ESDF. ESDF. You know, that just seems like a kid who was like, I do things my way. Fuck the normies in high school. And it just never, and he never grew up. I'll bet you someone probably makes a left-handed drill, which is sort of like an electric screwdriver. Yeah, exactly. Fuck you. Are you a cop? I'm making figurines faster than I could trade them. Take this shit, please. I'm surprised I haven't filled them up yet. WASD has become a staple because it kind of makes sense. It's logical, so it's become a staple. It wouldn't be a staple if it wasn't logical. I really hope that this child makes it back. Which is why TFGH, I disagree. Numpad is the way to go. Numpad is the superior control option. But it's never gonna, I'm never gonna win that battle. So I've kind of given up on it a long time ago. Long time ago. You want to learn Dvorak? I'll just say this about Dvorak. Dvorak sounds really cool, and it's satisfying to say. I mean, what are you doing with your other hand, Dion? You got plenty of reach. Rest of the keyboard is open for the taking. But yeah, Dvorak sounds way cooler than QWERTY UI op. QWERTY UI op just makes me think of VeggieTales and various other silly things. Whereas Dvorak sounds like an important machine. Polishing? Uh-huh. Your belt buckle, right? What are you doing? Polishing my belt buckle. What are you doing? I'm polishing my belt buckle. What do you think I'm doing? See how we're doing on cabinets? That's more than enough cabinets. Excellent. I mean, I don't think about what makes logical sense control scheme-wise. I think about what's comfortable, right? So for me, I play games for really long play sessions. So I'm thinking about what's the most comfortable position for me to be sitting at. My hand in the middle of my keyboard on, like, what would you say? It was TGFH is less comfortable than WASD because of where my keyboard is positioned on my desk. And you could say, oh, move your keyboard to the left, but then it would hit my mixer. So to me, when you suggest that key option, it sounds awful to me because the only thing I can think about is my hand hitting things it's not supposed to. Does that make sense? No, but like let the game be compatible with those 20 mouse keys so that the game can, like someone could use those 20 keys if they wanted. It was amulets you wanted, right? Yeah. Yeah, just like my belt buckle. It's okay. You just need to make your Dwarf Fortress, Dion. The game that will fund you for the rest of your life. And then you could make a Dion Games collection of unfinished messes and then put them all out on Steam. I say that kind of like a joke, but I genuinely want Bay 12 Games to do that. Put out the Bay, or Kitfox to publish the Bay 12 Games collection and just put all of the games that they still have copies of that they never released out for like $5 in a little polished up container. Because I'd love to just sit there and play all of the messes that they made in a couple months. Which is why I'm saying a game shouldn't be designed around a specific control scheme, because a game should just be compatible with all control schemes. Doesn't matter what the creator wants it to be compatible with. It should be compatible with everything. Heck, if you can figure out a way, you should make your game playable with a Wiimote. You own it, and it's fun. I played it for a little bit. It was amusing for 5 minutes. I remember when it was announced and bought it the day it came out. Because you learn each game. Fair enough. It's one of the reasons I love the Basement Collection. Uh-oh, wait, what? Why is Zapdos in custody? What? Oh. But it wasn't prohibited. Fuck. It's gonna take a long time for all of them to... Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well,
Alright. Sure. Does anybody here know what just happened? Or is it just me who knows what just happened? Zapdos is going to prison for 84 days. Eripterus is going to prison for 169 days. Gibbs is going to prison for 169 days. DeBerries is going to prison for 253 days. Board Guy is going to prison for 253 days. Aqua's going to prison for 253 days. Gray Padinsky's fine. Eutherius is going to prison for 253 days. Hobo is going to prison for 85 days. Jackie's going to prison for 505 days. Animal is going to prison for 337 days. Eric Shadowblade is going to prison for 337 days. Marty is going to prison for 85 days. Screw is going to prison for 169 days. Axon is going to prison for 169 days. Psychon is going to prison for 334 days. Squug's going to prison for 253 days. That's my sheriff. Hair is going to prison for 169 days. Export ban. And we exported a fuckload of amulets. I only have 3 prison cells, so they can only do 3 at a time. Of course I'm still streaming. It's only 6 o'clock. Please don't kill any of my dwarves, Squug. Ooh! Ugh! Kibbs is bleeding out. Axon. Okay, I've already got people recovering wounded. Kibbs has been found dead. I need a bigger hospital. I don't know how he's gonna beat himself. I've only lost 1 dwarf so far. What are you doing? You okay there, dwarf? In real-time days? An hour or 2? Or in-game days? 30 seconds. If the game is running at full speed. He's dancing with somebody trying to hit them. That's good, though. Only 1 death so far, though. So far, so good. But yeah, no, it didn't say that they were still banned. I guess that was just a given. I need an empty bucket. At least it's not winter. Yet. We're almost at winter. I can't remember what the key for buckets are. There they are. Hopefully you'll catch the end of the stream. Depends on when you're back. Luckily, we can only chain up 3 of them at a time, and I think he's done beating Nope, he's still at it. Fuck. His AI is just busted. Question is, who's he trying to beat? What benefit do you get from having a Baron? Technically, nothing. Gameplay. Something else to manage, basically. Stopping all production. We should be okay. Assuming I don't have too many more deaths. I finally got to somebody. Being patient. I mean, I have soap and everything. Like, that's the thing. Like, I do have everything that I need. The thing is... Okay, he's now storing items in bins. And Axon, my chief medical dwarf, has been injured. I think Eripterus has all of the doctoring. Yeah, Eripterus does have all the healthcare jobs. I've got dwarves bringing in buckets. We should be okay. Only lost 1 dwarf so far. You know, if we get through this only losing 1 dwarf, that's actually pretty good. Ah. I like that Squug's just like exhilarated when punishing somebody. Doesn't feel anything at work. Oh, this fucking dwarf killed Kibbs. God damn it. Goes and eats in his office. That smug bastard. But as far as having barons go, like, the reason you want royalty is more bragging rights than anything. Like, mechanically, it doesn't really benefit you in any way. I saw a sword go flying. What the fuck just happened? I mean, Ripterus is enjoying this. Setting bones, dressing wounds. I mean, like, if we get through this, only losing 1, we're doing good. That's kind of what it's looking like. And they'll do their sentences 1 at a time. Like, luckily, Eripterus has no sentence pending, and that's our doctor right now. So Zapdos has 61 more days. Oh, a lot of them are getting no sentence pending because they're just getting a beating instead. Okay. I mean... You know what? I'll take it. Although my sheriff needs 253 days in prisons. We'll see. So we'll be okay. We'll be okay. Or should be okay. Fingers crossed here. Well, that was a little stressful, but I think we'll be okay. Who arrests the sheriff? I have to appoint a new sheriff to arrest the sheriff. And then make that sheriff my sheriff again. Nobody arrests the sheriff. This is This is Dwarven society. Anyway. Sorry, I kind of threw that whole conversation out the window when I made a mistake. You know, I may just mass dump all of the amulets in my Baron's bedroom. Just like quantum stockpile them all in his bedroom. Might do that. Okay, so who is actually chained right now? Screw's chained, Psychon's chained, and Zapdos is chained. What are they doing? He's repentant. He's actually improving while in prison. So his mood is getting better. This one, Screw's mood is also getting better. And Psychon's a little humiliated, but still interested near a wonderful restraint. And interested near a fine statue, and interested near a fine bed. So he will get over it. And our doctor is working overtime. Or not our doctor, but our secondary doctor, because our doctor got his face kicked in. Is working overtime. And is now a... Have you acquired any skills at all? Where are your doctoring skills? Ah, dabbling. He's now a novice wound dresser, novice diagnostician, a dabbling surgeon, and a dabbling bone doctor, and a novice staturer. So he is improving. Went to shower, what happened? I misread this and didn't realize that amulets were prohibited and exported 200 amulets. So, these are all the prison sentences we got. Including one for 500 days. So then, Kibbs got murdered by my sheriff, and then the rest just proceeded. Or then my... what's the word I'm looking for here? Then my... Then my sheriff proceeded to go around and beat the shit out of almost every dwarf in the fortress. But everybody's back up and running, and we seem to be okay. We got, some minor, hand fractures, but, you've probably got stitches, right, Euthris? He's wearing 1, 2, 3, 4 amulets. Yeah, he's got a splint. So he'll be okay. They'll be okay. I mean, I only lost 1 dwarf. Which is pretty good. I just need to be more careful. Oh, shit. I don't want them to die of thirst. I love how miscellaneous liquids is an option in DF. It's like, oh yeah, just stockpile of miscellaneous liquids. There we go. Now they get barrels of alcohols. Or they should be full of alcohols. You got a seed barrel. That's not full of alcohol. Come on, guys. Do better. Everybody has item preferences. Everybody in the entire game has item preferences. Wanting amulets is significantly less problematic than wanting arrowheads, for example. So, no, I'm not going to murder my Baron. And no, I'm not going to pick somebody else. And I would appreciate it if you'd stop suggesting I murder my Baron. It's our Baron, after all, and we have to respect his wishes. Maybe you're the one who should be thrown off of the ledge. Come on. Besides, no one's even in a particularly bad mood. And if anything, these dwarves are improving. They're very interested in their tombs. But was outraged after being forced to endure the decay of a friend, which I should probably fix. Oh, yes, miscellaneous linkwits. Oh, yeah, we had some gremlin tears, some raccoon blood, cup of honey. Is honey a liquid? I think honey's a liquid in Dwarf Fortress. Why did they put a seed barrel in your tomb? I'm actually very worried. Those dwarves are going to start, like, die of thirst. Because of how long they're in prison. I did give them stockpiles for drinks, but they didn't put drinks in those stockpiles. So I figure if I disconnect that... There you go. You can go get a drink. Okay, now you're getting beaten. So you can go rest. There's no improvement. Oh my god. Okay, so don't do that. Note to self, don't do that. Don't let them out early thinking, oh yeah, they'll be okay. I'm trying. Trying to save these dwarves. Although, hopefully, it's just a minor injury and you're able to get up pretty quickly. There you go. And get a drink. Excellent. That was Screw. What's Screw's sentence now? No sentence pending. Interesting. Good to know. So if they go to prison and you let them out manually by removing their chain, then they just get a beating. That's good to know. Because, yeah, no, there's only a few dwarves that are, like, having a problem. And, like, Animal really needs to go have abstract thinking. Go think. Go work. Go work. Go do your thing. You know where you're supposed to be. In the library. You know, if someone asks you what you've had to drink recently and your response is miscellaneous liquids, I think it's probably time. High time. Definitely not low time, but high time for you to go to the hospital. All right, so it is now the year of our dwarf, early winter in the year 23, almost year 24. We started today at what, year 18? So we did pretty good progress today. We're going to switch games. We're going to play us some Stalker. So it's going to be something completely different. But Stalker is a series I've wanted to play for a while. And it's been on my need-to-play list for a very long time. And they recently put out, or not recently, but there was recently a sale on Good Old Games. And because of the news of Stalker 2, it's like, I've wanted to play Call of Pripyat for literally years and never gotten around to it. So I just kind of said, fuck it, and bought it for $7 when it was on sale over the last week. And so we're gonna do that for the remainder of the stream. So if that's not your jam, I get it. I would prefer you stick around, give the game a chance. Because the Stalker games are chill as fuck.